sound like he's really considering a run for Senate. Jim Messina, I can't imagine what's going through your head right now. Democrats don't play a role in this, but they're going to have a lot to say on the midterm trail, as Rick just mentioned. Are you making commercials already?
Boy, they'd be pretty easy to make, Joe. I agree with Rick. I mean, this bill is about as popular as garbage. Like, it is, when you look at the numbers, 78% of Americans want no cuts to Medicaid. This cuts Medicaid almost $1 trillion. And more importantly, for a bunch of people who are Bloomberg regular watchers, I don't think anyone on this line or watching thinks that adding another $4 trillion to the debt is a great idea. I think defending this next year in the ballot box is going to be a nightmare for Republicans. And, you know, it's like Groundhog Day. We've been through this. In 2018, Donald Trump and the Republicans lost the House because the American public thought they were going after Obamacare and going after health care. So then fast forward, we're going to do the same thing again when they're making cuts to Obamacare, they're making cuts to Medicaid, they're making cuts to Medicare, and they think it'll be a different response. And I just think that it is very, very unclear that the American public is going to sit back and say this is a great idea.
Well, while we're talking about the messaging component here, interesting poll, Rick, that came from Tony Fabrizio, Donald Trump's, as they say, preferred pollster. He ran numbers in Georgia, Maine, Michigan, and the aforementioned North Carolina, and talked about this bill as rebranding it essentially as the Working Families Tax Cuts Bill. Poll found respondents came back 62% favorable, 12% unfavorable when it was given that title, that framing. And measures taken individually, like child tax credit, no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, were overwhelmingly popular. Can Republicans thread the needle on this and talk about the individual components as opposed to, well, the big, beautiful bill? Or you've seen this movie before, and it's pretty difficult to delineate to the voter.
Yeah, look, I mean, the problem with doing this segmentation act, right, taking little, pieces of the whole and saying, oh, look, you should be happy with this because it has this in it. I mean, this is a 1,000-page bill with, trillions of dollars at stake. And when you boil it down, if you're a family that has now become at risk with its Medicaid in those states, it doesn't matter what the politicians are telling you. If your Medicaid gets cut, if your local rural hospital shuts down, these are the things that matter to voters. Voters don't care about the rhetoric. They care about the impact on them. If they don't see a tangible plus in their pocketbooks between now and November of 26, they're going to vote their pocketbook. And it's an awful hard sell to try and tell people, don't believe what's happening in your kitchen table. Believe what we're telling you happened in Washington. I go with the kitchen table every time.
An even larger majority, really interesting here, Jim Messina, agree that able-bodied adults should have some sort of work requirements. When it comes to the Medicaid cuts, 2/3 of voters agree there is waste, fraud, and abuse. How do you message against that?
Well, you message again. Well, it's true, right? There is waste, fraud, and abuse, and getting rid of some of that, as Congressman Murphy talked about, the American public supportive. But they're not going to look at that. Voters are going to look exactly like Rick just said, and they're going to say, what does this do to me? Voters want to know what it does to me. And there's no question they're going to get less Medicaid next year. There's no question they're going to get less Medicare. And their Obamacare tax credits, which everyone files at the end of the year, are going to be substantially reduced. And that's what they're going to look at. They're just not, you can't say, look at this shiny penny over here and think voters are going to fall for it. They're going to look at what's in it for them. And what's in it for them is going to be a very difficult thing to defend. And I'm not being partisan about this. Rick's exactly right. I had to try to defend Obamacare in 2010 after we passed 1,000-page changes to the ACA, and it was impossible. It was so difficult, and we lost 70 seats in the House. And this is likely what the Republicans are going to have to try to do in the midterm elections, and I think it's a tall order.
Wow. Rick, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall just caught up with Congressman Andy Harris, who chairs the House Freedom Caucus on Capitol Hill. We'll try to get this sound a little bit later in the broadcast. Asked if he's negotiating with the White House, knowing that there were members of the Freedom Caucus at the White House. I believe they're still there right now, talking to the president. whether you're deal making over potential EOs, commitments to legislation down the line, Andy Harris said on camera, Rick, I have not been talking to the White House about it. This is a decision to be made inside the House, and it will be handled inside the House today. What does that tell you about the state of affairs? Do we get a rule vote today, or is this thing going off the rails?
Well, he sounds a little spunky this morning. No telling what he had to leave at home to get to Washington and do this work. But look, I mean, anybody who's been betting against Speaker Johnson and Donald Trump, our Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, has been wrong 100% of the time this year, right? And there is a magic in the White House when you get these guys sitting in the Oval Office with the President of the United States, regardless of who he is, you're going to get your way 90% of the time. My guess is he gets his way, and those guys who are there are going to sit down with Andy and say, oh my God, you are making our lives intolerable. Would you just not do any interviews between now and the rules votes, that we've got today? Because look, I mean, it's every man for himself in the House, always. But Johnson has been cagey about getting his caucus to vote the right way. And I have no doubt Donald Trump has got thumb screws working overtime today in the Oval Office.
Yeah. Thumb screws. Yeah, he's got no public events scheduled, and we haven't seen an update on the guidance, certainly as of yet. Fascinating reporting by NBC News' Jim Messina. You spent enough time in the Oval to know how things operate inside the West Wing, and Donald Trump has a very different brand. He calls the Oval Office, his nickname for the Oval Office, I'll have to find this, it's basically Grand Central. And off of Grand Central, where you have lots of people milling in and out, apparently, there's something he calls the Monica Lewinsky Room, the space near the Oval Office. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can Google it, where he keeps a beautifully organized gift shop of MAGA hats, T-shirts, and the rest. A Republican senator who was invited for a bill signing described this. J.D. Vance standing outside the Oval, drinking coffee, eating cookies. Does this sound like somebody who cares about the details of this bill, or just wants it passed?
I think he just wants it passed, and that's not a criticism of him. Like, he views himself as the kind of orchestrator and the leader and someone who wants this thing done. And he's smart enough, to Rick's point, to say, look, the speaker knows how to get votes. The speaker hasn't failed. The speaker will let me know who I need to put the thumb screws to, and we'll go get this done. And eventually what's going to happen here, I think this bill is going to pass this week, because they're going to have some version of Rick or I, the political hack, walk into the caucus and say, do you guys really want to go home and have the entire country lobbying you on this bill and start to figure out what's in this bill? You want to go home to your districts and have to defend some of the stuff in this? No, you do not. So let's pass this and go home and keep low and start to try to sell it. And I think that's probably what Donald Trump's version of this is. He's been calling members saying, I will primary you if you don't vote for this. And then Johnson's going to hand out every piece of candy he can to get people to vote for it. If you need a water project in your district, today's a pretty great time to ask, Joe.
Grand Central Terminal is how he described the Oval. Rick Davis, what do you think it's like in there right now?
Oh, I'm sure there's all kinds of interesting discussions going on. Jim Messina just mentioned the approach that hacks like us take. It's a combination of cajoling and special offers. The really good cufflinks come out of the box today and get shuffled around. But at the other end of the equation, there are people out there showing polls right now that shows vulnerable incumbent House members who might get introduced to their MAGA primary opponent this afternoon. It goes both ways. Just depends upon what they think is going to need to get a vote. And I agree. I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen, either on or before 4th of July. The president's going to get his way. I would not vote. I would not bank against him, with this caucus.
All right. I just needed to hear Rick Davis say it. Absolutely great. As Ryan notes, what a line here. You want to go home and find out what's in the bill and have to defend it? This is the world we're in right now with Jim Messina and Rick Davis. Many thanks to you both. They'll be back in our second hour here of Balance of Power as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Stay with us on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Washington, D.C. This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Republicans still do not have the votes to pass the president's big, beautiful bill once and for all. Welcome to the Wednesday edition as the House grinds through a series of procedural votes that should set up a final decision at some point. We just don't know when. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. We thank you for joining us here. A number of issues, Kaylee, could potentially slow this process, not the least of which is the weather. A lot of lawmakers having trouble getting back into town.
Yeah, the thunderstorms and flight cancellations, meaning that a lot of lawmakers have embarked on incredibly long car trips to try to get here to make the vote, knowing that ultimately the numbers of people who are actually there to cast a vote, either for yay or for nay, could dictate whether or not this thing goes down.
For sure. Or
not, knowing that the Speaker of the House is working with a very tight margin. And right now, at least when you consider the members of the Republican conference making noise like they might not support the rule that would pave the way toward final passage of this bill, it looks like there's currently more no's than he can actually afford.
Yeah, still at this hour. Pretty remarkable knowing they're working towards a self-imposed July 4 deadline that would require a vote tonight or tomorrow, I guess at some point on Friday, but that's not too likely, I would think, on Independence Day. But anything is possible here. Leadership says lawmakers will stay in town until it's done.
Yeah, and of course, President Trump is also involved in this. He was meeting at the White House with members of the House Freedom Caucus trying to push for this piece of legislation that is supposed to be really the landmark legislative accomplishment of this second term. Will his arm twisting, though, be enough? We're all going to have to wait to find out.
Yeah, we're going to talk to a Democrat and Republican over the course of this hour. They'll have to be extracted from the floor to get to our conversation here on Balance of Power. Republican Jim Jordan, who's going to have a lot to say about this. Democrat Susan DelBene, who's charged with getting Democrats elected in the midterms, and could talk about some of the messaging that's coming out of this bill on both sides of the aisle today.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to those conversations live from Capitol Hill ahead. But first, as always, we have to check on financial markets. And for that, we look live to New York, where we find Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Lots going on this Wednesday. We've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P right now, best level of the day, potentially on track for yet another record. S&P bouncing on a U.S.-Vietnam deal. Tech shares are rallying. NASDAQ up by 0.8%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index surging 1.3%, keeping it all in context. That's what we do here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P up 0.3. The Dow again lower by 0.1%. 10-year 4.30%, with the 2-year 3.78%. Gold up $10 the ounce right now. Spot gold up 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 2.1%. WTI 66.87 a barrel. Tesla's global sales tumbled for the second quarter in a row, leaving the car maker in a deep hole to dig out from to avoid consecutive annual declines. Tesla shares, though, they're advancing 4.4%. Health insurer Centene plummeting the most on record after shocking investors last night when it withdrew its profit outlook on precipitously rising risks from Affordable Care Act plans. Right now, we've got Centene plunging 39%. And UK markets fell, the pound shedding more than 1% as investors grew increasingly nervous about the state of Britain's finances. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted today on the top charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, but convicted of lesser charges. Recapping, S&P up 21, up 0.3%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Watching the markets for us. Meantime, we're watching Capitol Hill, where in the House of Representatives, voting is starting. Not yet voting on the rule that, of course, is the key procedural hurdle that needs to be conquered in order for the House to get to a vote on final passage of the bill, the reconciliation bill that the Senate passed yesterday. We have a multi-vote series about to go down. Joe, the third vote will be on this rule, and there is no guarantee that the rule itself can pass, as House Freedom Caucus members are suggesting they will not support it. And of course, you just spoke in the last hour with Congressman Greg Murphy, who suggested that this thing very well could go down.
Yeah, he thought the rule may well fail, and this whole process could move into next week. The only serving physician in the House of Representatives, Greg Murphy, was very concerned about the changes being made to Medicaid. He was asking to slow the process down and, in fact, make changes to this bill specifically to Medicaid, which would require it going back to the Senate, Kaylee, and I'm not sure anyone has the wherewithal for that.
Well, it certainly would make that July 4th deadline the president wants to meet very difficult to meet if you have to take this to conference. But even some senators were calling for that yesterday, like Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, who ultimately voted to pass it in the Senate, says she hoped the House would change it and send it back to her chamber.
We've heard that from a couple of folks here on the Senate side. It's unclear exactly how this is going to play out today, but as Kaylee mentioned, we are anticipating at least a rules vote. And so let's bring you to the House right now. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has been up there all morning and has the latest for us. Tyler, what are you hearing?
Yeah, hey, Joe. So we are still waiting for this vote to happen. Of course, it's a procedural vote, this vote on the rule, but it is important to ultimately paving the way for final passage because they can't vote on the final contents of the bill until this rule is passed. And it's going to give us an indication here in the following moments how difficult House Speaker Mike Johnson's job is about to get, because if the rule fails, that could have a whole bunch of different implications for how they need to negotiate this package to get it over the finish line. Now, we've broadly been talking about how there's pretty broad agreement about the core pillars of this package when it comes to the tax cut side of things, but it is those spending cuts and how this bill will add to our national debt that is really starting to spur some of the most vocal critics of the bill here on Capitol Hill. That includes those members of the House Freedom Caucus, such as Congressman Chip Roy, a Republican from Texas. I actually had the chance to catch up with him earlier today. He predicted that this first vote on the rule will fail and suggested that the Senate might need to come back into town so they can talk about this legislation.
We sent them a product. We liked it in some respects. Could be better in others. The Senate has now made some changes. Some are good, some are bad. Now we got to look at the total product and decide what is bad. It's not take it or leave it. I don't do take it or leave it legislating. How about we send it back to them and we say take it or leave it, right? So the Senate doesn't get to be the final say on everything. Got to work this out.
So Joe and Kaylee, we're going to have to see how this ultimately develops, whether or not there actually is an appetite for the Senate to retake this up, considering when we think about how these fiscal hawks counterparts in the Senate, like Ron Johnson and Rick Scott, ultimately ended voting in favor of this bill. Now, I also caught up with the House Freedom Caucus Chair, Andy Harris. He told me that he's actually not talking to the White House about this when I asked if there's any sort of negotiations going on for some sort of other deals, such as promises for legislation down the line or executive orders, say, to boost revenue raisers or curb spending that they could maybe get on board with. And he said that they're not discussing it. Instead, they are focused on changing the priorities in this package. Two main ones I'll leave you with. One is snapping back the phase out of the clean energy tax credits to how the House originally had them. That would be 2027. The House has a more lenient timeline. But second, something that struck me as really interesting, he wants to see some of the business tax credits made temporary again. The Senate had made most of them permanent. So we're going to have to see if potentially there could be any sort of wiggle room there, because as you both well know, this bill is not designed to ping pong between the chambers.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Tyler, when we consider this vote on the rule, yes, it going down would certainly complicate measures and kill the floor effort for now. But we have seen with votes in the past when the speaker has struggled to get his whip count essentially where it needs to be. He just has left the vote open and allowed President Trump himself time to make phone calls to the holdouts. Is it possible that we could see that this afternoon?
Potentially, we'll have to see. We won't get too wonky into the procedure here, but Republicans are going to need to do a little bit of shifting in how the bill was actually written, because it does appear that they actually left out a procedural move that would have opened up that possibility to keep the debate open, give House Speaker Mike Johnson essentially an exit plan if everything goes to turmoil once it does get to the floor. We are expecting that to be, though, an option on the table for him moving forward here. We know that President Trump is already calling up these members, inviting them to the White House. It was interesting to hear. It's our understanding that some of those more fiscal conservatives were over at the White House, but also Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican from New York, somebody who helped negotiate that SALT deal that we thought was happy and on board with it, which does bring us to another group to keep our eye on, not necessarily the SALT Republicans, but also those moderate Republicans in those critical battleground districts who have raised concerns about changes to Medicaid, not necessarily tightening the work requirements, Joe and Kaylee, but how the Senate plan lowers that Medicaid provider tax for states that expanded coverage under the Affordable Care Act. That could also prove problematic when it comes to dissent going forward, since we know 16 Republicans had vowed that they wouldn't vote for this if the bill did lower that provider tax.
All right, Tyler Kendall reporting live from Capitol Hill for us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. And we want to stay live on Capitol Hill as we turn now to Democratic Congresswoman Susan DelBene of Washington, who, of course, chairs the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. She is charged with making sure Democrats get elected to the House of Representatives. Congresswoman, welcome back to Balance of Power. It's always great to have you. When we consider that there are some of your Republican colleagues who are holding out on this legislation for now, they'd like to see it changed in ways that could mean more rollbacks of, or quicker rollbacks of Inflation Reduction Act subsidies, perhaps deeper spending cuts elsewhere. At this point, is it actually the best case scenario for Democrats and the American public if this bill passes as is, because it could only get worse from your perspective if it's further changed?
Well, let's be clear. This is a terrible bill. It raises costs for American families. It guts health care. 17 million people across the country losing their health care coverage. Prices going up for everyone else. This is a terrible bill, and we are united in being against this bill. And frankly, more Republicans should be against this bill because the American people are against this bill. Poll after poll, the more people learn about this bill, the more they dislike it, and it is fiscally irresponsible. Republicans who want to make it worse, they've all voted for this once in the House. They have the chance to decide what they're going to do going forward. This is a terrible bill, and it's going to hurt all of their districts and their communities. So hopefully there will be some Republicans who are willing to actually stand up for the American people and vote against this bill, but we know they all cave whenever it comes down to it and follow along with Donald Trump.
So you're not expecting these no's to stay no's, apparently, Congresswoman. I'm just wondering, and I know there's not a lot of conversation across the aisle, if any, right now, but are you reaching out to Republicans who are on the fence or prepared to vote no to join your coalition against this legislation?
We welcome any Republicans who are going to vote no. They should be voting no because the impacts of this are devastating, long-term impacts to our communities. And in Republican districts, to thousands and thousands of people losing access to health care, losing access to basic nutrition support, making sure that we have healthy foods for our kids, energy costs going up. The list goes on, and just $4 trillion increase to the debt, that impacts our kids too. So Republicans say they're fiscally responsible. Absolutely not. In this case, if they want to do something different, they should stand up, vote no, and come to the table and actually work on a policy that will help move our country forward, invest in our future, invest in working families.
Well, Congresswoman, obviously it is your charge at the DCCC to be looking at the map. And if you look at it district by district and how the impact of this legislation may ultimately be felt in districts with seats currently held by Republicans, how many potential pickup opportunities do you see as a result?
Well, I think this bill, it really defines where Republicans are, and this bill and their vote on this bill is going to be a huge reason we take back the majority in the House of Representatives. The American people reject the bill, but in district after district, we have 35 districts where we're on offense across the country. In those 35 districts, people in these communities will lose health care, see health care costs go up, see energy costs go up, see food prices go up. Republicans promised they were going to lower costs on day one. It's the #1 issue for families across the country. They promised they were going to lower costs. That's a broken promise. This big, ugly bill is also a big, broken promise. So we're gonna hold them accountable for that across the country.
Is that potentially 35 seats then, Congresswoman? Do you think it could be that many?
We have 35 seats we're in play across the country. We're recruiting great candidates. Folks are going to actually stand up for their communities, who are going to really be voices for their communities, talk about the issues that matter, and who actually want to come to Washington, D.C. to govern for communities, not be a blindly loyal vote for Donald Trump.
You've mentioned the number of people who could potentially lose health coverage, and I think 17 million is the number that we've been hearing, Congresswoman, that you mentioned as well. There's a new survey from Tony Fabrizio's group, commissioned by One Nation, that found 2/3 of voters agree there is waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. How do you message to them?
We know that families across the country depend on Medicaid. Our rural hospitals depend on Medicaid. Look across the board, this has nothing to do with strengthening Medicaid. What Republicans are trying to do is rip it apart, $1 trillion, rip it apart, rip apart the Affordable Care Act subsidies that are out there. 17 million people losing health care, but also rural hospitals closing across the country, nursing homes. All of these are things that are supported through Medicaid that are critically important to all of our communities. So, and healthcare costs will go up for everyone in the country because even if you have coverage, premiums are going to go up when more and more people are using the emergency room as their primary care. We know, we've seen before how damaging that is. They're walking us down that path again now, and the American people know that.
Congresswoman, I know you need to run back to the floor, so very quickly here. Elon Musk this week has threatened to fund primary challenges of Republicans who vote for this bill, but also has threatened to start a new third America party. Does Elon Musk pose a potential gift for Democrats if he's going to fund challengers to Republicans, or potentially a risk if he actually wants to fund a third party?
Well, I think Elon Musk called this bill a disgusting abomination. That's an apt description. We all should be fighting to prevent this bill from moving forward, but making sure we have great representatives across the country. The American people are with us on this. We're on offense, and this vote is going to cost Republicans the majority in 2026.
Congresswoman, it's great to have you back. She is chairwoman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, Susan DelBene of Washington. Remarkable to hear her weigh in on this, Kaylee, as we try to get a sense of what Democrats want to do, likely in the aftermath of this vote, knowing that they can't impact this legislation in the meantime. I want to bring in Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, for his view on this. Rick, is Susan DelBene correct? Do Democrats win the midterms because of this bill?
You know, the midterms are usually bad for the party in power anyway, regardless of what kind of legislation was passed. But earlier in this program, we heard from Jim Messina talking about 2010, the cycle after they passed ACA, and it was very controversial at the time, very similar to this bill in some respects. And they lost 53 seats. That was the largest gain by Republicans since the 1930s. And so if you start looking at parallels, it could be a really horrific year for Republicans if it looks like 2010 reincarnated.
Does that apply to the Senate as well, Rick, where at the very least we know North Carolina may be more of a live question now that Tom Tillis has decided he's not seeking re-election?
Yeah, the Senate has been able to avoid the sort of party in power losses that have been historic for the House of Representatives. That being said, as you point out, Kaylee, I mean, like, this is an interesting year because we have some retirements and some close seats that could actually make a bad year look even worse in the United States Senate. So I think nobody's taking anything for granted right now in the United States Senate. But there are seats like in Texas and in North Carolina, and certainly Susan Collins perennially is at risk in Maine. These are seats that are going to have to be really, really harshly defended. But the key is that the Republicans step out from this week when they do pass this bill and sign it into law and actually try to sell it in a way that, as Tony Fabrizio pointed out, there are things that people like in this bill, but they got to sell it.
All right, Rick Davis will be sticking with us. He'll be joined by Jim Messina, who he just mentioned, our other half of our political panel today, in just a moment as we track here on Balance of Power, the voting underway in the House of Representatives. Not yet to the rule vote, the key procedural vote that needs to happen in order for the House to get to a final passage vote on this reconciliation bill. But the clock is ticking, and of course, the votes aren't necessarily there at this point in time.
Several Republicans have suggested this rule in itself will fail, which could make us off the timeline to get this done by the 4th of July, but we don't know. We're going to find out together straight ahead on Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are off session highs, but the S&P 500 index still trading at a record. The S&P right now up 16, 62.14. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow in the red, down 56, down 0.1%. Nasdaq Composite Index up 151, up by 0.8%. The Mag 7 Index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 1.3%. Your 10-year 4.29%. The 2-year 3.78%. S&P, by the way, bouncing on that U.S.-Vietnam trade deal. Spot gold up $10 the ounce, up 0.3%. The precious metal now at $33.49. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%, $67.01 a barrel on WTI. Paramount Global has reached a settlement with President Trump over a lawsuit alleging election interference by CBS News when it showed two different versions of a 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Kamala Harris in October. Shares of Paramount, they're down 1.5%. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted today on the top charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, but convicted of lesser charges. And a Sports Note source is telling ESPN the Knicks are expected to hire two-time NBA Coach of the Year Mike Brown as the franchise's next head coach. Again, recapping, S&P up 17, up by 0.3%. Balance of power continues right now. Back to go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Okay, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street for us here as we talk politics in Washington with a lot of question marks over the Capitol right now, and I suspect over the White House as well, with members of the House Freedom Caucus meeting today with President Trump and a series of procedural votes that are underway right now in the House. They are preparing to vote, Republicans hoping to vote on the floor on President Trump's big, beautiful bill that's coming back from the Senate. But there are changes to this bill, Kaylee, that a lot of members of the Republican conference are uncomfortable with. It's kind of like we're just relitigating this entire debate, remembering that the moderates were concerned about spending cuts to Medicaid, House Freedom Caucus wanting to see lower debt and deficits, lower spending. These are the same lawmakers who are hashing this out for a second time.
Yeah, knowing they barely sorted out their differences the first time when it passed the House initially, it was on a margin of a single vote.
Squeaker.
And then it went back to the Senate, it changed, and now the House Freedom Caucus especially is not super willing to just take what the Senate gave them and give it a thumbs up. That's right. What we're hearing from the likes of Congressman Chip Roy, who has suggested that it shouldn't be take it or leave it, that the House could change it and tell the Senate take it or leave it.
Well, and then we remind ourselves this is a self-imposed July 4 deadline. We spoke earlier with Congressman Greg Murphy, who saw no problem in letting this go another week or so that would allow for changes to be made, it to go back to the Senate. Schoolhouse Rock. Eventually, the president signs the bill.
So let's get the latest read now from inside the Republican conference and turn to Congressman Jim Jordan, the Republican from Ohio, and also chair of the House Judiciary Committee, is live with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congressman, thank you so much for your time, knowing you're going to be running to the floor shortly to continue these votes. But as you see it right now, does the rule have the votes to pass?
No.
And it sounds like we're still working on that connection. But if you've asked, we've asked this question to a number of lawmakers, as have our colleagues on the Hill today, and at least many of them are suggesting that no, the answer is at this time they do not.
In that world, it could go back to the Rules Committee, which could be another fraught conversation. They went for hours arguing about this yesterday, Kaylee, and late into the night. Whether this can get to the floor otherwise remains a question. We also don't know if he has the votes. If you can't pass the rule, you might not be able to pass the bill. So these procedural votes tell us a lot more about what could happen with a final product. If that's the case, it's hard to imagine that lawmakers get home, though. Leadership has been clear. The president's been clear. You're working through the holiday.
Well, and the president probably reiterated that once again when he met with members of Congress and the House Freedom Caucus specifically at the White House. Yeah. The head honcho has gotten involved. The question is his arm twisting actually adequate to get these current holdouts in line? So I believe we have our connection established with Congressman Jim Jordan now, again, Republican from Ohio, chair of the House Judiciary Committee, here with us on Balance of Power. Congressman, is this rule vote about to fail shortly?
Yeah, I hope it passes. We've got the rule vote coming up, and I hope it passes. I think it will, and frankly, I think it should, because this is a good piece of legislation. I always say, it's a good piece of legislation because the Democrats hate it so much. They don't like it because it actually empowers families by letting them keep more of their money, giving them school choice, making sure our border stays secure, and making able-bodied people in our welfare system now have to work if they're going to get your tax dollars. So I think it's a good bill, and I hope it passes.
I know that Congressman, obviously Democrats tell us that they hate the bill and they've not been part of this process, but what is your message to Republicans who are on the fence? We spoke earlier with Congressman Greg Murphy, for instance. He's really worried about changes to Medicaid having a detrimental impact on some low-income people in his district in North Carolina. There are others like him. This needs to be worked out in the family. What do you tell your colleague from North Carolina in a moment like this?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a 50-50 vote in the Senate. The vice president had to come break the tie. I don't know how many other changes we can make with that kind of a balance. It seems to me we're there, and it's time to pass this legislation. The other thing I know is politics is a lot like athletics, a lot like sport. Momentum matters. And right now, all the momentum is on our side. I mean, we've got a secure border that's taken place under President Trump's leadership. We had the successful operation in Iran. President goes to the NATO summit and gets all the NATO countries to ante up more money, 5% for our defense over there. I mean, we're on a good roll, and now we're gonna stop this bill with such a small majority in both the House and the Senate. Seems to me it's now time to pass it, particularly as I pointed out, because it does the things that actually empower families. I think it's a good bill. Let's get it done. Let's move on to the next item.
Well, President Trump certainly would like to see this done. He would like to see it done in the next few days. Congressman, do you see anything that the president could promise your colleagues who are not yet hard yeses on this bill that could assuage them, aside from changing the legislation itself?
I think you just point out what I just talked about. Talk about how good the bill is, the key things in it. I mean, again, if we don't pass this,
pursuing another reconciliation package or executive orders to address some of their concerns.
All that's fine, and we can get to that in the future. But I think you focus on what's in this. Any one single item in this bill, if you pulled it out and voted as a standalone bill, you'd vote for it. I mean, are we for cutting taxes, making sure taxes don't go up on the families we represent? Yes. Are you for saying no tax on tips? We campaigned on that. Yes, we're for that. Does it make sense for people who are able-bodied, who are getting your tax money in our welfare system? Does it make sense that they now have to work? There's a work requirement for able-bodied people. Yes, that makes sense. Standalone, you would vote for that. All these items. Would you vote for additional resources to make sure our borders stay secure after what we went through under Joe Biden? Of course you'd vote for that. So, but you put them all together in some big bill, and some people are like, well, we didn't cut enough spending. I agree, but it's still a good piece of legislation with all those things in it. I think you vote for it because it's consistent with what we told the voters we were going to do when they put us in office on November 5th.
I have to admit, Congressman, I still find it hard to believe that many Republicans are going to vote no and have a tax hike hanging around their necks when they go to run for re-election. I guess to your point, we heard from the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, was with us this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, speaking specifically to the holdouts on the Freedom Caucus. And you know who I'm talking about, the Chip Roys, Ralph Normans of the world, who say that they are a no and they want to send the bill back to the Senate with more changes. Here's what he told us.
What they want to do is get the attention they always crave, so they talk about that now. But how many times can you cry wolf and say you're not going to vote for something and in 24 hours vote for it? They have done this numerous times. They want the president's attention. They say this so they can go down to the Oval Office and see the president and go back home and say they saw the president.
Is that how you see this, Congressman? Everybody's a big shot until it's time to actually vote on the floor?
No, I mean, I think they have genuine concerns. I just think, as I pointed out, this is overall a good piece of legislation, and we should support it. It is. I always say we make the job way too complicated. The job's pretty simple. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot and you got elected? Go do what you told them you were going to do. And we said, we're going to make sure your taxes don't go up. We're for work requirements. We're for all those things that are in this legislation. So they want additional cuts. I get it. We got huge deficits we're running on an annual basis. We've now piled up $37 trillion in debt. That's a problem. I get that. I wish we could cut more. But we got a handful of seats that give us the majority in the House. We got a 3-seat majority in the Senate. It's as tight as it gets. So you have to kind of figure out how we get the votes. Moderates and conservatives working together. I think we've done that. And by the fact that it was 50-50 in the Senate, I just feel like, okay, there's no more wiggle room. It was 50-50. we're going to have to pass this thing and then look for other opportunities down the road to do some additional things relative to the deficits and the debt.
Well, sir, as we just heard from former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we remember how his speakership ended, and it was with his own conference upset about some of his choices around fiscal matters. Do you see any risk to Mike Johnson's job as a result of what happens in the coming days?
No, I think the focus is on doing what we told the voters we were going to do. I think what happened to Kevin was wrong, but I don't see any concern with Speaker Johnson. I think Mike has done a good job and navigated through this as best as anyone could with, again, a small majority in the House and a small majority in the Senate. But it's time to pass it, in my judgment, and I hope it happens today.
Well, we do understand where you are, and I wonder how likely that is to happen. Congressman, just give us the state of play. We've got a couple procedural votes here. You need to pass a rule.
Yeah.
Do you think this gets to the floor tonight? Are you going to find yourself here cooking hamburgers and hot dogs on the 4th of July, getting ready to vote?
We're going to know, and I think we're going to know in the next hour. The rule vote's the key vote. If we can pass the rule vote, then I think we're going to pass it on the floor. If we don't pass the rule vote, then, we'll have to see. But I got to head to the floor right now and vote for I think we're on the previous question, then there's an amendment, and then there's the rule vote. So we got 3 votes that are happening on the floor now, and I got to head to the floor and vote. But if we get past the rule, I think we're going to be fine.
Okay.
And we'll let you, Mr. Chairman, go to the floor and
Thanks.
vote. Just one more question for you. As the head of the FHFA, Bill Pulte, today suggested that Congress should investigate the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, in part for what he said was recent testimony to the Senate about the central bank's planned renovations to its headquarters. Do you intend to open such an investigation?
Everything's on the table. We haven't discussed that specifically. We'll take a look at that. Part of our constitutional duty is to do oversight of the executive branch and our committee. We do oversight of the judicial branch as well. So we'll take a look at all that. But yeah, that oversight's an important part of our, again, constitutional responsibility as members of the United States Congress.
Well, don't let us make you late for work, Congressman. Jim Jordan, Republican from Ohio. He chairs the House Judiciary Committee, now headed back to the floor to take part in the procedural votes that will lead to the rule vote. This is going to be the big one, Kaylee, as Jim Jordan just mentioned. That's going to give us a good sense of where we stand here, likely in the next hour or so, with a floor vote for the so-called big, beautiful bill to follow. That could presumably happen tonight, tomorrow, and I guess theoretically on the 4th of July, unless they're going to be here for the weekend. We'll find out.
Yeah, there's frankly no telling at this point. A lot will be dictated in what happens in this third vote in the series as House members convene on the floor, knowing a number of them had great difficulty actually making it to Washington in time due to summer storm related travel delays. But it really is going to come down, in all likelihood, to an incredibly tight margin, no matter what way you slice it, knowing that in this specific House of Representatives led by House Speaker Mike Johnson, he is both unafraid to allow a rule vote to fail, but he's also unafraid to leave a vote open.
That's right.
Until he can actually whip the number of members needed in order to get something to pass.
This is a delicate balance. Did you hear Raja Krishnamurthy drove 14 hours from Illinois to get to this vote? There's going to be some bleary eyes by the time this is done, because it could be a late night as we feel our way through this process. Stay with us. We have a lot more straight ahead here on the fastest show in politics. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
140 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing. S&P 500 getting a bounce on that U.S.-Vietnam trade deal. Tech shares are rallying. NASDAQ now up 152, up 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index up 1.2%. Putting it all in context, the S&P up 19, up 0.3%. The Dow does remain lower. Dow Industrials down 26, a drop there of under 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.29%, the 2-year 3.78%. Gold higher by $10 the ounce, up 0.3%. Spot gold now at $33.48, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%, $67.04 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin at $109,000, up now by 2.9%. Microsoft's gaming division has started informing employees this morning of job cuts, initiating the process of widespread layoffs that staff have been expecting for the last week. We got Microsoft shares right now down by 0.4%. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted today on the top charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, but convicted of lesser charges. Sports note, sources tell ESPN the Knicks are expected to hire two-time NBA Coach of the Year Mike Brown as the franchise's next head coach. Recapping, S&P up 18, up 0.3%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York for us. Thank you so much. Here in Washington, of course, we've been laser focused today on one looming deadline set by President Trump, July 4th, when he would like to see the budget reconciliation package on his desk to be signed into law. It, of course, needs to pass the House of Representatives first, and right now, as to whether or not it can do so, it remains an open question. But there's another looming deadline as well, July 9th, the trade deadline. There's just a week left for trading partners of the United States to try to strike a deal with this administration to avoid higher tariffs going back into place effective that date. We haven't seen very many deals to this point since Liberation Day back in April. The UK struck one, China we have a framework with, and President Trump announcing today that we also have a deal with Vietnam. The tariff rate that will be on Vietnamese goods, 20%. Meantime, a 0% tariff, Joe, will be applied to U.S. goods being sent to Vietnam.
I guess that's a pretty good deal.
For the U.S., sure.
Right. I'm not sure how that works otherwise. This is something that we've been waiting for, along with many others. Remember, there's going to be 90 deals in 90 days. Howard Lutnick last week told us they'd have maybe 10 between now and that deadline a week from today. So we could presumably hear more, but we want to dig into what's actually in this deal, if we can call it that. Sean Donnan, Bloomberg's senior writer for economics, has done great work covering this whole tariff story with a couple of great data-driven pieces of journalism. And Sean, it's good to see you now that we're actually hearing news. Something big must be happening if shares of Nike are higher. But I wonder if we can really call this a deal or if it's another framework.
Look, and that's the big question, and we just don't know at this point, right? We haven't seen any text. We haven't seen an executive order. We haven't seen anything more than some social media posts at this point. So, and there's two tariff rates, actually, that the president has announced today. There's a 20% rate on imports from Vietnam, but then he's also announced a 40% rate on what he's calling transshipping goods, and that really is something that's targeted at China.
Yes.
And that is potentially a big deal, depending on the details. We know that Vietnam has seen a huge surge in imports from China in recent years, as well as a huge surge in exports to the United States. And the theory in the White House and all around town really has been that a lot of those exports coming to the U.S. are actually Chinese goods that are kind of taking a detour through Vietnam. So let's wait and see what the details are. You know, Nike was nominated as one of the big winners. They do a lot of production there. There's other companies like Apple. And, you know, one of the big questions, Apple, if you remember back to April 11th, won some exclusions for smartphones and laptops from the reciprocal tariffs. Will that apply in this deal, for example? Could it be that we get tariff-free imports of smartphones from Vietnam? And then, you know, the question is going to be how Vietnam fits in the bigger puzzle, right? That 20% tariff rate, how's that going to compare to other countries around there? Is that going to be good for Vietnam? Couple of things also to remember. Vietnam is not a big economy, right? It's been growing rapidly, but it's a pretty poor economy. per capita GDP of $4,500 or so, which is much, much lower than the U.S., obviously. Total GDP of just shy of $500 billion. It's about a 60th the size of the U.S. economy. So yes, the opening up of that market could be good news for farmers and so on, but this is not like opening up the European Union or China or Japan, some of the big kind of consumer economies that are out there.
Well, and it's important to keep in mind for frame of reference that the original reciprocal tariff rate the president said he was going to impose on Vietnamese goods was 46%. So 20% is significantly lower than that, but 20% is not insignificant. You were just speaking to the Vietnamese economy. What is the likely economic impact of this at home as well when we consider what the costs of Vietnamese imports are going to be?
Absolutely, and a lot of that's going to depend on the details, right? So, Apple earbuds I believe, are produced in Vietnam. Are they going to cost 20% more? Or are they going to be excluded? We just don't know all of these details, and that's all going to work out. But, this is imports from Vietnam costing 20% more is not going to lead to lower prices here in the United States. That's for sure.
Even though the president today on True Social suggested Vietnam will pay the U.S. a 20% tariff, that's not actually how it works in reality.
Yeah, over and over, we see evidence that importers here in the United States and eventually consumers end up paying the cost of tariffs.
What are we bringing into the Vietnamese market? You're going out of your way to remind us the scale of what we're talking about here. Are they really going to start buying SUVs from Detroit? In Vietnam?
I'm not sure that many people who are earning on average $4,500 a year are going to be buying Ford F-150 pickup trucks, right? At any time soon.
Is that just an unrealistic view then that we're going to get some
growth out of we'll see. I mean, there may be some growth there for the auto sector. The bigger growth is likely to be in the ag sector, right? So the biggest U.S. exports to Vietnam now are things like cotton, soybeans, stuff like that. So this may be good news for farmers. I was just kind of looking before I came in. The average applied tariff rate for Vietnam to goods coming in was somewhere between 10 and 15%. So 0% could be a good deal for U.S. farmers. Could make those products much more competitive compared to ones coming from other parts of the world. But look, again, we need the details.
Well, certainly, and we know a lot of countries are trying to hammer out some details with the U.S. right now to see if they can ink deals of his own or of their own. The president suggested yesterday, though, Sean, Japan might not be one of them, threatening 30 to 35% tariff that will just be placed on Japan in the absence of a deal. That is a much larger economy that we are talking about.
Absolutely, much larger economy. It's a G7 economy, right? And we know that Japan also has upper house elections coming later in July. The government there is kind of wary of making any big concessions to the U.S. ahead of those elections, so that might be holding things up. But also, the big target there for the president is auto exports from Japan to the United States. That's a huge industry for Japan. They're going to want some kind of break on the 25% sectoral tariffs he's announced. Whether or not they'll get them, whether or not they see a deal worth doing without some kind of break there is something we're really going to have to wait and see.
All right, Sean Donnan, we appreciate your coverage. As always, Bloomberg senior writer for economics joining us here on Balance of Power as we consider now a third trade deal or deal equivalent, akin to a deal agreement that this administration has struck. Vietnam now joining the UK and, of course, China in having accomplished that. The China deal, of course, inked officially last week, as the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told us, but it is contingent on the flow of rare earth minerals starting into the U.S. once again, and the U.S. will ease up on its own export restrictions, and it's unclear whether or not those approvals are actually underway, knowing, Joe, that rare earths are critical in a number of sectors, including when we consider the defense space in the U.S.
That's right. Remember, the president said up front, as if that had been delivered upon the signing of that deal, but we haven't seen evidence of that yet. We have a lot of restocking to do when it comes to our weapons, and I suspect this is going to be boom time for some defense contractors, not only because of our own needs here, but the amount of material that we've shipped to Ukraine, that we've shipped to Israel, that we've expended in the defense of both of those countries. And it's a pretty interesting story here today, and a very scary one for Ukraine, Kaylee, as the Pentagon cuts off shipments of air defense missiles and other munitions that were already earmarked for Ukraine.
Yeah, things like artillery rounds, for example, air defenses, as you mentioned. And the reasoning why is a review of U.S. munition stockpiles and concerns that they have fallen too low. And we want to get into this now with Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst. Wayne, we know that there have been concerns around the defense industrial base and that many of those were actually highlighted by the aid that the U.S. was providing for Ukraine in its ongoing war with Russia. But what do we actually know about the state of our stockpile as it is, why we can no longer afford to keep sending arms Ukraine's way?
Yeah, thanks, Kaylee, and appreciate you having me back on. I think one of the biggest things here, when you look at U.S. stockpiles, I've been waiting for about the last 18 months for there to be some type of shift in terms of that. We've known that U.S. stockpiles have been getting depleted based off of what we have been able to provide to Ukraine up till date. Most of that is classified information, right? So you're not going to find a number that actually has a ticker that's moving down to what that actually looks like. But based off the amount of rounds that we end up spending, it is one of those things that I've been kind of wondering how long until you start to realize that our ability to defend and be able to power project that defense capability to everyone else is going to finally hit home. There's only a handful of companies that really do this. You know, Joe, you mentioned some of the defense primes. So you look at Lockheed Martin, you look at Northrop, you look at Raytheon. For most of the top 10 top air defense systems, they're really the ones who are providing those. And when you look at like the PAC-3 interceptor that's supported by the Patriot missile system, everybody hears about the Patriots. Well, in 2024, there are only 500 produced, and right now Lockheed's growing what they have to 200 to 500 to 600 this year, and then trying to get to a goal of between 2026, 2027 up to 650. But if you go back to May of 2023, Ukraine fired 30 of those PAC-3 missiles in a 2-minute defense of barrage against Russia. That is 6% of global production rates at a time. So we may not know what the stockpiles are, but if we're now talking, if the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy is actually saying we need to be worried about operational readiness in our own stockpiles, they're going to be looking at it.
Wow, that's remarkable, Wayne, to hear you delineate this, and it sounds concerning. I believe there's about $150 billion in supplemental defense funding in the president's big, beautiful bill that is making its way through Capitol Hill. Would that be enough to cover the restocking of our munitions? What kind of an investment are we talking about here?
I think that the $21 billion for munitions across the board, I think, is a good start as part of that reconciliation bill, the big beautiful bill. From that perspective, it does start to look at that. It does start looking at expansion of facilities, of production lines across that can do those types of things. Northrop Grumman, OTS is another one, ordnance and tactical systems. You know, they're some of the ones who focus on a lot of the other types of munitions as well, like 155 rounds for artillery. Artillery killed in that Ukraine conflict, both on Russia and on China, and Russia and Ukraine, is between 70 and 80% of all casualties come from those rounds. But those stockpiles, once again, are needing to be replenished. So you look at the production inside the U.S. is looking for up to 100,000, where they were only doing 60,000 at a time. For that, you look at European defense markets like Rheinmetall, and they're trying to do it in support of European defense as well. So you're seeing a very large uptick in the defense spending, where air defense and artillery are going to be two of those main things that everybody's looking at, either replenishing or preparing for the future.
Wayne, we just have over a minute left here. When we consider another region of the world, Israel, which also needs air defenses and which just used up a lot of air defense to essentially shoot down what Iran was sending its way until the ceasefire agreement was reached, knowing it still is engaged in a war with Hamas in Gaza, even though Israel has at least agreed to a 60-day ceasefire, unclear if Hamas will. Are we going to reach a point where the U.S. also cannot provide replenishment to Israel and the Iron Dome and Arrow systems, or are they more insulated?
I would say they're a little bit more insulated, but it is still a concern, right? I think no matter how you're looking at the defense sector, you're going to have to figure out how much of that percentage does the United States need to do to replenish our own stockpiles for our own defense versus our allied defense. But as you mentioned, Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 2 and 3 make that nested system. And so a lot of that is still tied to U.S. defense companies like Raytheon and Lockheed.
Wayne, it's really great to have you. Wayne Sanders from Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior defense analyst, with a very important story that's not getting enough coverage today. It's good to have you back, Wayne, as always, on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons as we wind things up here on the early edition. We will be back in a couple of hours, 5 p.m. Eastern, for the late edition to Balance of Power. Maybe we'll know then if we're going to see a floor vote on the president's big, beautiful bill. There you see the procedural vote happening if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube. Kaylee, we need to pass a rule before we can pass the bill.
Yeah, and we need to pass this procedural question before we can get to the rule. I think they're just trying to get a sense of head count right now and how many members are actually in town to vote. But a rule vote is expected this afternoon. It is not, however, necessarily expected to pass. So we'll bring you the latest at 5 p.m. Eastern Time and continue tracking that story all day for you right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Master. Matt Miller in for Tim, who is out this week. And so we're looking at what? Another possible record close, Matt, for the S&P 500.
It seems very likely to happen. We're up 1/3% on the S&P, and obviously we only have to close up 1 point to get a new record. So that looks like it's in the bag. The question is, where do we go from here?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to dig into that. We are seeing a rally in some of those giant tech names and President Trump's announcement of a trade deal with Vietnam. So that is continuing behind the scenes. Let's forget, we've got a deadline when it comes to signing up a bunch of U.S. trade deals. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not and say we did. Or let's not forget.
You said, let's forget, which I would love to do.
It's like an expression. Let's not forget. All right, so that is our backdrop and our focus this hour. We're going to talk about jobs, the latest on the U.S. employment picture. Beijing, amid all those trade deals that we should not forget, Beijing is bracing for some U.S. trade deals that basically say, China, you're not included, like looking to shut them out. That would be a big sea change, Matt.
Really seems like that was the strategy to begin with, and then they made this agreement in Geneva, which they had to go and make again in London, which apparently they signed again last week. So, but you've got to have an enemy, right? And Donald Trump knows that, and he's made it China.
Yeah, exactly. And they are certainly noticing. Hey, we're also going to catch up with the CEO of one of the world's biggest Bitcoin miners. Maybe they can find Matt's missing Bitcoin. Fred Thiel is chairman and CEO of Mara Holdings. We're going to talk mining, regulatory framework. We're also going to talk about that great power grab because miners need power, so do all of those AI hyperscalers. So,
and we're waiting for this one big, beautiful bill
to get done?
To get done in the House and then handed to President Trump for his signature. It could happen at any moment, right? Maybe it's going to take overnight into tomorrow.
Do the fireworks come now or on the signing?
I think on the signing.
You know what I mean, like fireworks on the negotiating.
Yes, it doesn't seem like they're going to be many fireworks. No, it seems like there's a formula, right? These congressmen or these senators, they say they're not going to vote against it. They're really just negotiating, and they all fold when it comes time.
All right. Lots to get to in the next 60 minutes, but we got to get you caught up on the market trade. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Lots going on today. We got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing. A rally in big tech companies fueling gains in stocks. The market extending its advance as President Trump said he did reach that trade deal with Vietnam. Here's where we stand. S&P right now higher by 18. That is a gain of just about 0.3%. We've got the Dow down 67 now, down 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 153, up 0.8%. The Mag 7 index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, up 1.2%. 10-year yield 4.29%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.78%. Gold up $10 the ounce, higher by 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 3%, 67.40 on WTI. You guys just talking about Bitcoin, a surge there of 3.1%. Bitcoin at 109,253. UK markets slipped today as doubts swirl over Chancellor Reeves' future. We saw the FTSE 100 index down 0.1%. Some of the other stories we're following for you at this hour. Brian Koberger pleading guilty to murder in the brutal stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022. And Dr. Phil's media company has filed for bankruptcy. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Media, it's tough business, or so we've heard. All right, no doubt about it, jobs front and center today. Yes, a most read is about Microsoft, which began some job cuts that will impact about 9,000 workers. It's about a second major wave of layoffs this year as it seeks to control costs. Less than 4%, though, of the company's total workforce will be impacted. That from a spokesman at the company.
This time
around. I know.
Yeah, they keep doing this.
I know.
And the CEO of Microsoft has said he's got AI writing now 30% of his code. Obviously, he doesn't need all those coders.
We keep hearing from some of the big tech CEOs, Salesforce, right? Mark Benioff talking about AI and what it's doing in terms of not needing as many workers. And then on the macro level, we got the ADP research data, which shows that employment at U.S. companies fell in June for the first time in more than 2 years. What do you need to know about the U.S. labor market? We're going to ask Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. He's right here in our studio. Stuart, it is interesting. You get the macro data, the labor points, the private, the government reports, and then you get Microsoft headlines. We knew this was coming, but it does feel like there's stuff brewing. First of all, ADP. How significant is that report? Because I feel like we always blow it off.
We do. We mostly blow off ADP because it's basically uncorrelated with non-farm payrolls, which is the big kahuna. There have actually been periods of time, a long stretch actually last year, when it was negatively correlated. It was a contraindicator of what to expect from NFP. What I think it's most useful for is looking under the hood and seeing the industry level composition, because some of the industries align better across the two different reports. So for example, in the ADP report that we saw today, despite the big decline in the headline, there's actually a pretty significant increase in leisure and hospitality hiring. We just saw yesterday the JOLTS report showing a lot of job openings in leisure and hospitality, in fact accounting for almost all of the 375,000 vacancies that were added in the month of May. Now, we hear a lot of reports that people are pulling back on spending, especially on things like leisure and hospitality, discretionary services, but it appears to be the case that there is demand for those workers, and we can see more of that in NFP. On the point about AI replacing some workers, perhaps, as you mentioned with Microsoft and Salesforce, the major weakness in today's ADP number was in relatively high-skill, white-collar professions. And the suspicion could be that the rollout of AI is starting to result in a little bit of headcount reduction, maybe more so just payrolls declining through attrition, more so than active firing, though.
It feels like, so AI is one obvious thread because of the Microsoft story today in the labor market. The other one that I've been thinking about since Donald Trump was elected is immigration, right? He's he wants to deport, I don't know, 15 million people, and 0 are now coming across the border. So when you tell me that there are openings in leisure and hospitality, that makes a hell of a lot of sense, because those people have done those jobs historically.
That's right. So even when you look all the way back to the April payrolls report and you start looking across the household survey, where you get a little bit of breakdown by whether folks are natively born or whether they're foreign born in the labor force, and then you look at the industries that are doing a lot of the hiring, even going back to April, you see a little bit of buoyancy in payrolls, perhaps coming from firms rotating from foreign-born workers who now face stricter visa requirements, some of the industries that are most exposed to foreign-born workers. There's a little bit of buoyancy in payrolls coming from firms rotating from those foreign-born workers, perhaps to native-born workers. And that's why right now we're just a smidge above consensus with our forecast. We expect about 120,000 jobs were added in the month of June. Consensus is at about 110. And Wall Street participants, market makers and traders and other folks on Wall Street, right now the whisper number is just below 100,000, I think for the first time since early 2021.
Not great.
No, not great.
Yeah,
That's
in
not
fact,
a great
you can
number.
graph it on the Bloomberg terminal. If you type WHIS GO, you can click into the change in non-farm payrolls, 98,000.
Yep.
It's better than a loss.
Yeah, but, okay. This is where...
Right, and we're at 4.2% unemployment, is that right?
4.2% unemployment, but I do expect that that's going to creep up to 4.3%. Yeah. Just last month, in the month of May, the unrounded unemployment rate was 4.244%, so it's really just barely rounding down to 4.2. You could expect it to inch up to 4.3 this month.
So what's the trend line in general showing about the U.S. labor picture? Because it does feel conflicted a little bit.
Yeah, there are some mixed messages, but I think that the broad swath of data, if you look at the totality of the data, we see cooling in the labor market. We see unemployment that's going to continue to rise in the back of a longer duration of unemployment. You have continuing unemployment insurance claims that have been persistently marching higher. You're starting to see a little bit of an increase in initial unemployment insurance claims. We're getting high-profile stories and high-profile layoff announcements. And I think that ultimately we're going to end up ending the year pretty close to 4.8%. And in the context of a Federal Reserve that expects to end the year...
4.8% on the unemployment rate.
On the unemployment rate, that's right. And in the context of a Federal Reserve that expects us to end the year closer to 4.5% and has 2 cuts marked by the median FOMC participant, that would mean that they're a little bit behind the curve when it comes to resuming rate cuts.
It's not. Is it Secretary Bessent that says the 333 that we talked about?
He did have that. He wanted 3% deficits. We're looking at 7%. He wanted 3% growth. Currently 1.5%. Right is the estimate.
3% unemployment.
No,
right?
and that would be insane. He wanted to add 3 million barrels a day of production.
Okay, that's right. Oh, yeah.
And we haven't moved any in terms of barrels of production.
No, if you could have accomplished his 3-3-3 plan, you would get close to 3% unemployment
You would,
also.
right? Well,
but we're not going to see any of those
What's the
things.
reality? Because Matt and I are going to talk about over the next few hours. We're going to talk about, trade tariffs and what's going on. We've obviously got this massive tax cut and spending bill. When you look at what will be coming at the U.S. economy, what are you guys forecasting as the realistic growth rate for the United States?
For the full year of 2025, we're expecting about 1.2% full year growth. So less than half the pace that we marked over the last 2 or 3 years. A big part of that is just cooling of the labor market, people reining in spending, and of course this dynamic that is going to be playing out with trade. And we can't entirely ignore that. It looks like we are seeing some de-escalation in the trade war with the Vietnam deal announced just a couple hours ago.
Right.
But that's the trajectory that we're heading on. The effects of the trade war have already started taking place.
Just real quickly, 20 seconds. What would be a surprise tomorrow? What would surprise you?
Ooh, a low number like 50,000 would surprise me.
Important to point out that the official margin of error is 120,000 jobs.
Yeah.
So if we get 100...
So you talk about a swing, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You could go either way, good or bad. Stuart, thank you so much. Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul joining us. All right, that's the eco news that you need to know. Let's tie it all into the environment that companies and consumers may be facing and the impact it may have on company earnings, especially when we have higher tariffs. With that, and writing about it is Bloomberg opinion columnist Nir Kaysar. He is the founder of the asset management firm Unison Advisors. He is with us once again. Delighted to have him. He joins us from Rhode Island. Nir, good to have you here with Matt and myself. You look at markets, you look at what is coming at them and investors, and we often trade, it feels like day to day, on some of the news related around President Trump's tariff news. Your column gets into the surprising tariff lesson buried in U.S. inflation data. What are you seeing, and what do you think the Bloomberg audience needs to take note of?
Hi, Carol and Matt. Good to see you both. Thanks for having me. There's a question obviously out there about whether tariffs are going to kick up inflation. That's far from known. We don't know what the tariff outlook is what the tariff picture will be like. We don't know what the impact is going to be like. But there's a second question that I think is even more important, which is if there is inflation, who's going to pay for it? In other words, will it be businesses? Will it be consumers? It won't be binary, but there's a question about how that will be allocated and over what timing. I think we can say with relative confidence that over the long term, businesses push higher costs onto consumers. I mean, they have to. That's ultimately how they survive. But that doesn't necessarily follow in the near term. So what I did was I went and I looked at the PPI versus CPI numbers year over year for as long as the data is available, which is just over 100 years. And I looked to see what was the interplay of those two things over shorter periods. I looked at rolling 1 year periods, and I expected to find what I found, which I will describe in a second, but I didn't expect for the divergence to be as big as it was. What I found is that in general, when you had high inflation environments, which I tested, PPI year over year of over 2.3%, which was the long-term median. In general, during those environments, what would happen is producers would internalize most of the costs most of the time, roughly 70% of the time. However, when you were in a normal inflation environment, less than 2.3% year over year for PPI, the over 90% of the time, it was consumers who took the burden of higher costs. And what that says to me is that ultimately, I think there's only so much cost pushing that businesses can do to consumers, So if we do see a spike in inflation that's tariff related, I think what you're going to see is businesses internalizing much of that cost in the near term and then gradually passing it on, probably over a number of years would be my guess.
So corporate margins are going to be hit maybe in the near term, but you're saying ultimately it's consumers who are going to bear the brunt of it. And so maybe that impacts, kind of their spending abilities, Matt, going forward.
That is what he's saying. And in fact, corporate margins are at a record high. So it's amazing, Nir, that this looks, in hindsight, so obvious, right? I mean, companies have fatter margins than ever, at least on the S&P 500 equal weight index, according to your research. And so they're going to suck it up for a little while and then slowly dole out the pain to consumers over time, right? Is that the kind of thing that equity investors are going to eventually are going to take the hit for first as well, since companies are eating it into margins?
I think so, Matt. And I think that explains why. I have to be honest, I've been sort of surprised at how sensitive. I would not have guessed this. And in fact, I wrote a column actually saying that I would be surprised. if the stock market were so sensitive to tariffs. And I was wrong about that. I mean, if you look at the way that the market has engaged with tariffs this year, it's been absolutely bananas. I mean, we had obviously
but only for a few weeks, right?
Yeah. I mean, every
and then
time
they
you
were
had
like,
something
don't care.
Yeah, every time we've had something tariff related, the market has reacted violently in one direction or the other. And I think this sort of, at least for me, this explains it. I mean, if we're saying that the high likelihood is that ultimately tariffs are going to end up in margin contraction, then I think that the market has been reacting rationally, because if you have a higher than expected tariff environment, let's say, you should expect some margin contraction. Now, as you say, margins have been on a steady 30-year upswing. There's plenty of margin for companies to play with, so I don't think it's fatal by any stretch. But having said that, high margins are correlated with high valuations. And one of the reasons we've been in a high valuation environment for a long time, and things like the Cape has made everybody scratch their heads, is that we haven't really seen any reversion in margin. It's just been like, a steady upward swing. And so, if you expect that margins might contract, you also have to contract valuations. And that's what we've seen basically this year, is just this crazy back and forth in what multiple to put on earnings.
All right. So then, based on kind of where we are, I mean, I guess the next couple of weeks, and this deadline that we've got from President Trump is going to be very key in terms of what companies are going to be dealing with. Having said that, then you're saying the already kind of factored in higher minimal tariff environment is already factored in terms of valuations?
I think that's right, Carol. I mean, I that's the only way that I can read it. I mean, one of the things we should say is, before there was the February 19th high this year in the S&P 500, and then we had that sell-off that was about 17% peak to trough. And then ever since then, we've had this recovery. And, yes, the S&P is now at a new high, but basically more or less back to where it was then. But what's interesting is there's a difference in the decline and the recovery. In the decline, it was mostly valuation contraction. We started at a forward PE of about 26, and we went down into the teens, into the high teens. Now valuations are up at 22. So it wasn't necessarily valuation expansion that brought it all the way back. It was a more bullish outlook on earnings than we had going in. It was a combination of higher earnings outlook and some valuation recovery. And the reason I bring that up is because that tells me I don't think investors would be that bullish about earnings if they felt that there was a heavy hammer of tariffs coming down the pike. And so the way I read the markets is the consensus for now is that wherever we land on tariffs, it's not going to be that big a deal. Now, obviously, the market could be wrong about this. We know very well that there's a lot of unpredictability in policy right now. Right. But that's my read of the market.
Just got about 30 seconds here, Nir, but how long is it going to take the Fed to figure out what you've written in this column?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think ultimately it depends on how you read the Fed. I mean, I will say that, if I'm sitting in the chair of the Fed and I'm looking around right now, I'm pretty happy with the environment. I'm behind because the 2-year is like 3.7. Yeah. It was at like 5 a year ago. So I'm behind, for sure. I'm probably a couple of rate cuts behind where the market is. But in general, unemployment is relatively low. The economy is growing. Things are pretty good.
All right, Nir, thank you so much. Have a good holiday. Nir Kesar, he's Bloomberg Opinion columnist joining us. When we come back, the president's massive tax cut and spending bill. Where are we on that? And then in the next hour, we're going to talk about what C-suites are thinking and maybe why they're more pessimistic.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're both advancing right now. A rally in giant tech companies fueling gains in stocks. S&P up 20 right now. That is an advance of 0.3%. The Dow lower by 34, down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 163, gain of 0.8%. The 10-year 4.29%. The 2-year 3.78%. The FTSE in London lower by 0.1%. Spot gold up $13 the ounce, 33.52. That's a gain of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude now rallying 3.1%, 67.49 a barrel on WTI. Tesla's global sales tumbled for the second quarter in a row. Tesla shares, they're gaining right now by 4.8%. Recapping, S&P up by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller in for Tim Stanovic. President Trump meeting today with a faction of conservative lawmakers at the White House, individuals who have threatened to sink his signature tax legislation over its $3.4 trillion price tag as lawmakers cast doubt on whether it can pass by July 4th. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, a Republican, of course, says he's optimistic about the negotiations, but that you cannot make everyone happy.
Every caucus in the House has had the Speaker's attention. I've heard their concerns about it, and the thing about it is when you have a piece of legislation that is this comprehensive and with so many agenda items involved, you're going to have lots of different priorities and preferences among people because they represent different districts and they have different interests. But we can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible.
That, of course, is U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson earlier today on the president's key legislative agenda, if you will. Hey, let's get to where we are. Bloomberg News team leader for the Capital Influence team, Mike Dorning, is with us, joining us once again from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Mike, where are we?
Well, right now we're waiting for some of those holdouts to make an early decision on a procedural vote. That procedural vote's going on right now. There's a series of votes, and they're kind of holding it to wait for these dissident Republicans to cast their votes. This is really just a test vote. It's something to start debate on it, but this could temporarily block the legislation if it doesn't go the president's way. If it does go the president's way, that's a good sign that things are rolling along for him.
What happens if it doesn't? I mean, Donald Trump has been able to swing most members. Is anyone willing to go up against him?
Well, also it's a question of how long you're willing to go up against him. This is, if they vote against this procedural vote, they're not on record as voting against the actual big bill. So if this fails and they block it, he can work on them a little more. You might see some threatening Truth Social posts. You might see some charming at the White House, a little bit of stick, a little bit of carrot, and he could maybe get them their way. If they stand fast, then they might have to renegotiate stuff with the Senate. That would delay things, and they could never get that done by July 4th.
Mike, what are the problems? Is it just about what it does to the U.S.? I shouldn't say just. You know, what it adds to the U.S. deficit? Is it that the spending cuts aren't enough? What is it?
So you have two sets of people who have problems with it. There's some of the more moderate swing district members from the House who feel like it cuts too much from Medicaid and rolls back the President Biden's clean energy agenda too quickly. But there are conservatives who feel like it doesn't cut enough from Medicaid and other safety net programs and doesn't move fast enough to roll back President Biden's clean energy agenda. So you've got both sides a bit unhappy with things. So getting that together requires some blunt instruments and maybe some promises of future help down the road.
Mike, is there any way to cut through that sort of partisan bickering? Because I hear, on the one hand, the left saying this cuts X million people from Medicaid coverage, and on the other hand, the right says it only removes Medicaid coverage from healthy young people who should work and pay for their own health care. Do we know if that's true? Does it actually cut Medicaid from old sick people as well?
So the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that it would cut 11.8 million Americans would lose health insurance.
But are those healthy young people who just don't pay for it?
The projections don't break down exactly who would lose coverage, but you would expect it would be a mix of people. In general, when they have done one of the elements of this is work documentation programs. When they've tried that through pilot programs, sometimes the red tape of having to do that constantly makes it harder for people, particularly people who change addresses and are disorganized, to continuously comply with that. Separately, there are provisions that would reduce the amount of federal funding effectively going to states, and they would have to do things that then cut back Medicaid. There's also clearly going to be problems with providers like rural hospitals not getting enough money because they're losing the coverage for some of their patients. They've tried to partially offset that with a rural hospital fund, but the rural senators argued that wasn't enough.
All right. We really appreciate it, Mike, just giving us the latest on kind of where we are on this. Bloomberg News team leader for the Capital Influence team, Mike Dorning, joining us in our D.C. bureau. We're going to stay with news out of D.C., something investors are watching very closely, the trade and tariff news. We did have President Trump earlier out on social, continuing to kind of tease and perhaps tee up some news on other trade deals maybe coming ahead of his July 9th deadline to do a deal or face much higher U.S. tariffs. Earlier on Truth Social, the president saying it will be a great deal of cooperation between our two countries. He's talking about the U.S. and Vietnam. He says the terms are that Vietnam will pay the U.S. a 20% tariff on any and all goods set into our territory and a 40% tariff on any trans-shipping.
Vietnam pays the tariff. That's awesome.
That's right. In return, Vietnam will do something that they have never done before, given the United States of America total access to their markets for trade. Actually, I think I kind of flipped the sequence of them. But nonetheless, it looks like some progress. The thing is, it does feel like things are still sticky between the United States and China, and that's where we want to go. Some great reporting by our global team of reporters in Asia and the U.S. We head to our Bloomberg News D.C. bureau. Back there we go. Bloomberg News senior economics writer Sean Donnan is there. Sean, what's China so worried about here?
Yeah, look, and we're seeing it today in this deal with Vietnam and that second tariff rate of 40% on transshipping, which really is all about Chinese products or components that are passing through Vietnam on their way to the United States. One of the things we saw following the first trade wars, the first Trump trade wars, during his first term was that a lot of production moved from places like China to Vietnam. Vietnam really got a boom out of it, and it saw a lot of imports increase from China, and it also at the same time was exporting a lot to the United States. People at the White House and others here in Washington have long suspected that a lot of the stuff that was coming from Vietnam to the U.S. was in fact kind of Chinese goods just taking an extra stop to do a bit of tariff washing along the way. So what China is worried about is exactly a deal like this, something that isolates them, that isolates Chinese companies, that applies a higher tariff rate to them. We still don't know the details here, but will this apply to Chinese companies that have factories in Vietnam, or will it just apply to products that are made in China and are coming through Vietnam and so on? But if you look at this deal today with Vietnam and you add it up to maybe we see deals with countries like Thailand and Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, all of which kind of contain similar provisions that are targeted at China, and that's going to start isolating the Chinese economy, and it's going to hurt them, and that's what they don't want, and so they're going to push back against that, both against the U.S. and these countries that are signing deals with the U.S.
Doesn't China, Sean, have the muscle to deal with this? I mean, they're so much closer to Vietnam than we are. If I look at ECTR Go, which is an amazing function on the Bloomberg, I see that the Chinese do $240 billion of trade with Vietnam, and we only do $150 billion in trade with Vietnam. Can't the Chinese, pull their own Trump here? And also, can't they just pull workers out of factories like they are doing in India, for example?
Absolutely, and that's where things go next, right? I mean, we're going to wait and see what the Chinese reaction is, how they apply their own economic muscle on these countries, and where things go and how ugly things get from there. Now, again, this is all going to depend on the details. You know, Apple has shifted a lot of production, or its suppliers have shifted a lot of production from China to Vietnam. By some accounts, the Apple suppliers employ something like 250,000 people in Vietnam. But a lot of those suppliers are also Chinese companies. They also depend on Chinese components. They need access to the supply chains out of China as well in order to produce those goods that are headed for the United States. So, you know, in trade deals, you have something called rules of origin. They are fiendishly complicated, but they set kind of thresholds. So is that threshold for Chinese content or Vietnamese content going to be at 60%, which is what we're hearing the Indians are pushing for, or the U.S. is pushing for in terms of India, or is it going to be lower than that? I mean, again, this is where the details matter, and that the details are really going to end up determining the Chinese reaction.
I mean, doesn't the world still need China, at least at this, you know, on this Wednesday in July 2nd, 2025, Sean? I mean, you can't just back away completely.
Absolutely, and we got a real reminder of that just in recent weeks with what happened with rare earth magnets, right? And where China's blocked the exports of rare earth magnets in response to the pressure from the Trump administration. And what we very quickly discovered was that Ford and other auto factories were slowing down production, in some cases shutting down production temporarily, because they need those magnets to go into all sorts of products. You know, so China is there in almost everyone's supply chain, and they have a lot of power as a result.
I mean, the EU is, as you write, and the team writes in this story, the EU is China's largest export destination for EVs, and investment from Chinese firms into the bloc, plus the UK hit 10 billion euros, or about 12 billion US last year, according to recent research from Rhodium Group. I mean, how delicate is it for really the world? And just got about 25 seconds here in terms of backing off of China. It's tricky.
Look, yeah, absolutely. Look, the U.S. is not the only investor out there. China's been investing a lot in factories overseas, not just in the EU, by the way, in places like Mexico, in Southeast Asia as well. And, you know, those countries want that investment. They're not going to want to see that go away.
All right, Sean, thank you so much. This has been among the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. Bloomberg News Senior Economics Sean Donnan, highly recommend you check it out on the Bloomberg at Bloomberg.com. Coming up, we check in, speaking of supply chains, well, we're going to talk a little bit about, I don't know if this is the right transition. We're going to talk with one of the world's biggest Bitcoin miners. They are worried, or he is worried, or is working on a supply chain when it comes to power. Big time.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, both advancing. S&P on track for a record close, another record now at 6220. S&P up by about 0.4%. The Dow lower, little change, down 12 points right now, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 163, up 0.8%. The Mag 7 index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, up by 1.3%. 10-year 4.29%. The 2-year 3.78%. Gold up 0.4%, 33.51 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%, 67.25 a barrel. Paramount Global has reached a settlement with President Trump over a lawsuit alleging election interference by CBS News. Paramount Global down 2.3%. Recapping stocks trading mixed. S&P up 23, up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. So at the world's biggest asset manager, I don't know if you saw this, a Bitcoin exchange traded fund, Matt, now generates more revenue than its signature tracker of the S&P 500. So we're talking about the iShares Bitcoin Trust ETF generating more revenue than BlackRock's iShares Core S&P 500 ETF.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty wild, right?
Yeah, but they try and keep the expense ratio way down on the index tracker.
I understand. I understand. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. But they also talk about, we've seen so much money going into Bitcoin ETFs in general because of U.S. regulators opening the doors to mainstream adoption. So let's talk about some of this because our next guest is sure to have some thoughts on today's regulatory environment. I know, Matt, you've talked with him a lot. He heads one of the world's biggest Bitcoin miners. Fred Thiel is chairman and CEO of the publicly held $6.1 billion market cap company, Mara. He joins us from Miami, Florida. The stock, by the way, as you reminded me, Matt, up 1,800% in the past 5 years, up 4% year to date, with nearly 30% of the float short. Fred, great to have you here. I know Matt and you have had several exchanges, macro and micro, in terms of the industry. But help me out here. And as I was kind of reading in here, you're an energy and infrastructure company. You're a Bitcoin miner. You lay this all out on your website. What really drives revenue growth at the company? Because our FA page on the Bloomberg basically says it's Bitcoin mining. Is that what you guys do? Is that what leads you to profitability?
Yeah, essentially we operate 16 data centers across 4 continents, and the majority of the load that we operate, the compute that we operate, is Bitcoin mining. And when we mine Bitcoin, the Bitcoin that we receive for doing that, we keep. And so that essentially we recognize as revenues. But we're in the process of beginning our transition and expansion into inference AI, which will be a growing portion of the workloads that we deploy. We also are a vertically integrated technology company and energy company. We own energy assets. We own wind farms. We generate energy off of flare gas and oil fields. We're able to develop, co-develop technologies around ASICs, software orchestration layers. So we're a technology company that's very focused on maximizing the value of every electron we can get, and we help energy companies take excess energy and turn it into profits.
What's going to lead you to profitability?
Well, a combination of things. One is obviously the Bitcoin that we hold on the balance sheet is constantly marked to market. But more importantly, as Bitcoin continues to be accumulated by institutions, you mentioned it in your kind of preamble as you're talking about, BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF having garnered bigger fees than the S&P 500 fund. There's a huge amount of institutional interest in Bitcoin. There are a number of Bitcoin treasury companies springing up every day, and you're seeing an accumulation of Bitcoin, which is driving the price up. We're almost at record highs again. And as that continues to move upwards, it helps us generate considerable margins. The thing with our business, similar to the AI business, and I think you're going to find this if you look at any AI company that operates large data centers, is there's a huge CapEx investment up front in building these sites, and the profitability comes over time once the equipment has been depreciated. We depreciate our equipment over 3 years, and unlike our peers, we have the ability mining off of flare gas. We're able to essentially move our ASICs that have been depreciated to these low-cost marginal energy sites, marginal cost energy sites, and that drives much higher profitability and also better capital utilization.
I'm sure you've been following the back and forth between Jim Chanos and Michael Saylor. It's been really entertaining. But, you know, MicroStrategy stock is up even more than yours. I think like 3,000 or 4,000% in the past 5 years. And these kind of leveraged, you know, Bitcoin holding companies are popping up all over the place. What do you make of that? Because those companies don't really do anything else besides, you know, sell shares and borrow in order to buy Bitcoin.
Yeah. So, you know, the model with Bitcoin treasury companies and the model that, you know, Michael Saylor has optimized is essentially buy Bitcoin, issue equity, and as the price and value of the Bitcoin that you have continues to go up, it drives your equity price up. And if you can raise capital at a higher price than Bitcoin, then your Bitcoin yield per share goes up, which is very attractive. The problem is what happens if Bitcoin price stays flat or starts to go down. You said his stock was up over a 5-year basis by a huge amount, which is true. But if you look from year to date at its performance compared to the Bitcoin miners, even, you're starting to see that performance is running into headwinds. In theory, a Bitcoin treasury company's price should increase by upwards of 2 times whatever Bitcoin's price is increasing on a daily basis because of the leverage that they're driving. And that's not the case anymore. I think what we're starting to see is the saturation of the Bitcoin treasury business market, because to your point, they're not in any other business. They're taking over a company with a marginally profitable business and they're turning it into an accumulator for Bitcoin. And at the end of the day, you have a bunch of people competing for capital, and that capital is going to go to the highest return, which means the lowest multiple to NAV. And over time, that multiple to NAV is eventually going to go to 0, not unlike what happened with Grayscale, where for a long period of time, the Grayscale Trust, which held Bitcoin, was trading at a discount to its NAV. And I think there's risk, especially as you layer a lot of debt on these companies. If Bitcoin goes down by any considerable amount or stagnates for any length of time, there could be challenges for them to maintain that multiple.
You know, you're borrowing against Bitcoin as well. Obviously, you have other businesses that you're running. You mentioned the 16 data centers, the energy generation, inferencing, which is, I agree, going to be absolutely monstrous. But it's still risky. How do you manage those risks?
Well, we follow very much a capital allocation model where we look at our average weighted cost of capital, and then we look at the types of investments that we're making to see that we're ensuring that we have, you know, are above a certain hurdle rate across a variety of places. And if you think about our business, you know, we were basically 5 people and a few miners 4 years ago, and today we're the largest in the world at what we do. And we're also the 2nd largest holder of Bitcoin in the world of corporate entities. And so I think we have built a very strong balance sheet. We've built the ability to execute. We're the only company of the publicly traded miners that has the geographic distribution that we have, and that has the kind of breadth of business that we have. And I think that's going to pay off very much, not just in the near term, but the long term, as Bitcoin becomes more and more of an institutional asset. Bitcoin data centers start becoming more and more integrated into energy transformation plays with data centers. The grid has a huge need for flexible baseload, which is essentially a type of compute that can turn on and turn off as needed by their grid. You know, you guys saw with the heat bubble that happened in the Northeast, the grid was strained. Yet in Texas, they didn't have those issues. Why? Because in Texas, they have a large amount of Bitcoin mining on their grid where the grid operator can tell them, hey, shut off, I need the energy. And Bitcoin miners comply and shut off. If you had more Bitcoin mining across the grids in this country, especially the grids that are heavily loaded, you would not see the challenges that you have today, such as in PJM and other ISOs, where consumers are being impacted by increasing prices of energy because AI loads, which are not flexible, are coming online, and they're getting more and more strain on their grids. So we play a very unique role in helping balance grids and helping make grids more flexible. And I think what you're going to start seeing is embracing and a bit of a marriage between AI data centers, Bitcoin mining, and how the two can work together to optimize grids and make sure that there's plenty of available energy for consumers. If you wanted to do some research, Duke University did a study about 4 months ago on this topic that showed that there's more than enough energy on the U.S. grid to support flexible loads. If they could flex 0.25%, which is a quarter of a percent, and we flex upwards of 30-40%. So we're clearly an answer to that problem.
Let me just ask you though, on this, you talked about the hot weather and that Texas, managing it, but how has the hot weather increased the energy costs when it comes to Bitcoin mining and for all miners so far this summer?
Well, most of our sites in the U.S. operate in Texas, also Nebraska, and North Dakota, Ohio, amongst other places. And so the northern regions don't sit on grids where you have really that challenge. In Texas, you've had a lot of hot weather and you've had a lot of what's called curtailment, which is when the grid operators contact us and say, hey, we need you to shut off. And so the impact to Bitcoin miners is that, we essentially don't operate, so we're not generating revenues those days. But the benefit to us is that we get lower priced energy because of that. And providing that flexibility to the grid in Texas allows the Texas grid to not have to buy extra energy that is very expensive. If you think about the energy markets, base load is kind of the energy that runs all day long. It has a fixed price. And then you have this variable or intermittent energy. Wind and solar farms create a problem for grids because the wind doesn't blow at a constant rate for a constant number of hours every day, neither does the sun. And so they're dealing with balancing this variable intermittent generation. From demand is different all day long. So you need to match the two.
I totally get that. Just quickly, I know Matt wants to also ask something, but I want to ask you a quickie. Are you looking for other areas of the U.S. or even the world when it comes to new Bitcoin mines?
Yes, absolutely. We have a stated objective that 50% of our revenue will come from outside the U.S. by 2028, and we're quite a ways along in building a pipeline of opportunities across places in the Middle East and Europe where we believe we'll be able to meet that goal quite handily.
I would be happy in the great state of Ohio, and not need to go anywhere else. Go Buckeyes. Fred, I want to ask quickly about, you have developed new technology for inferencing, including a proprietary two-phase immersion cooling technology, which I think is really neat. And but the thing is, with inferencing, you don't need nearly the power that you need for training, right? And I wonder about the hardware that you're using, because NVIDIA chips are obviously very expensive and maybe overkill for inferencing. Have you said, or are you working with other chip makers to get your gear?
Yeah, absolutely. So the inferencing is very similar to Bitcoin mining in that you're constantly chasing an efficiency curve. In the world of inference, it's lowest cost per token. And, obviously in AI, a token is not what it is in the crypto world. But a token is a measurement of a certain amount of compute. And so there's this constant need to lower the cost of token. As AI gets more intelligent, as there's more reasoning in AI, the cost to do a query and inference becomes more expensive in the number of tokens that it takes. And the single biggest challenge, that if you talk to enterprise customers, they'll tell you, the price per token is too high. We need a lower cost per token. And at the same time, they need to ensure that they can get access to very rapid responses. So these data centers have to be in close proximity to the customers, and the energy costs have to be low. So we've been working with people all the way down the cost curve, all the way down to ASICs, as we look at inference as a way to lower the cost. And we totally predict that there'll be a very extreme cost decline over the next 2 to 3 years in inferencing as new technologies come in place, so that you won't have to use this huge infrastructure that you have for learning. One of the biggest challenges today is that a data center builder needs to get a payback on all that investment in under a year because the technology in their data centers is obsolete after a year. Just look at what NVIDIA is releasing in the way of technologies.
So glad we could get some time with you. I wish we had more.
I wish we had more.
Come back soon. Come back soon. Fred Thiel, thank you so much. Chairman and CEO of Mara. By the way, the stock today is up about 12% as we speak. All right, let's get to some of the stocks on the move. I'm Carol Massar along with Matt Miller. And with us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. Where shall we begin?
We shall begin with Tesla. Shares are higher by more than 5%. So this is interesting because shares jumped after Tesla posted a less dramatic decline in vehicle sales than most have expected. So investors are really trying to find the silver lining. They're saying that maybe the bottom is in. So Tesla saw its global sales tumble 13%. That's for the second quarter in a row. So this really leaves Tesla in a deep car deficit to overcome in the second half of the year. So sales were expected to be boosted by the redesigned Model Y, but its tail lineup just really lost ground to rivals in China and the U.S. I mean, we have Waymo in the West Coast, and a lot of my friends, Emily Grafeo, have been saying that.
Love it.
It's great. I haven't ridden one.
Love it, love it, love it. Tesla shares, ticker TSLA, but they're up about 5%. So, because it wasn't just as bad as everybody expected.
Yes, and I guess you just have to find a silver lining, and we know that Tesla is one of those stocks which have really such a loyal following.
You're also looking at Nike, NKE, Lululemon, LULU, Gap. What's Gap now? GPS?
GAP.
GAP. They changed it.
It
Okay.
used to be GPS.
Yes, I know.
Really?
Yes, true.
Yes,
True.
yes.
So anyway, you're looking at these stocks whose tickers I have all duly spelled out. They're all gaining, I would guess, or they were gaining initially on the Vietnam treaty. What does it look like now?
They're still in the green. Those are furniture and apparel stocks, and thank you for naming the ticker. So we have Trump saying that Vietnam will pay a 20% tariff on all goods headed to the U.S. So this is a level, again, higher than investors are expecting. We have Vital Knowledge saying that this is better than the reciprocal rate applied to the country in April, but it's still fairly elevated. Although we have Truist saying that, this latest guidance of companies ranges largely embed the 10% rate, so they do expect some downside to many outlooks. But for now, stocks are in the green. All those, Nike, Lululemon, Gap, and Williams-Sonoma, WSM.
Yeah.
They're all in the green.
It makes sense, right?
I'm a huge fan of Williams-Sonoma, but I did not know they made a lot of their gear in Vietnam. In fact, I go there and pay the high price because I assume it's made in America stuff.
What do you buy?
I buy a lot of things for cooking, right? And I know, like, if I get Le Creuset cast iron pans, they're not made in the U.S. But otherwise, if I'm paying a big price, I want it to be, made like high quality stuff by workers in Minnesota.
You're paying for overhead costs. The rent in Columbus Circle, where are they? Am I making that up?
Columbus Circle, they have a big, big place.
Exactly.
Yeah. All you have to do is turn it over. It usually tells you where things are made. I'm just telling you.
Fair point.
One more. CNC is the ticker.
Health insurer, that's Centene.
Kill.
This is really, I think, the stock of the day. Shares are plunging the most on record since they IPO'd in 2001. So basically, the company shocked investors when they reviewed their profit outlook on rising risks from Affordable Care Act plans. So Centene appears to have been really caught badly off guard by the impact of government actions. And again, of course, this is an ominous sign for investors because the purpose of insurers is to price for risk. But lately, they've been blindsided by those very risks. So you see shares dropping by 40% today. And others are also affected. Molina, Oscar Health, so the industry is just really badly beaten.
Great stuff. As always, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. For more conversations, check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, winners, losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Let's mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. OpenAI has agreed to rent a massive amount of computing power from Oracle data centers as part of its Stargate initiative, underscoring the intense requirements of cutting-edge artificial intelligence products.
Stargate.
Yeah, so to meet this demand...
Wow, 4.5 gigawatts.
Orb developing multiple data centers across the U.S. with partners. Sites in several states. Under consideration, Texas, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I do not see Ohio.
Oh, Michigan.
Just gonna say.
That's a huge mistake.
The close coming your way on TV. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Sean Diddy Combs now waits to hear his sentence after a mixed verdict in his trial. Michael Wallace reports.
The jury found the rapper not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, but did convict him of 2 lesser prostitution counts. CBS's Christina Kaufman was in the courtroom.
He kept making prayer hands and mouthing thank you to the jury members.
Doug Wigner is the attorney for Cassie Ventura, who accused Combs of forcing her to take part in drug-fueled sex parties.
We're hopeful that ultimately he receives a substantial sentence for what he's done.
Legal analyst Laurie Levinson on what comes next.
He now has a shot of bail pending his sentencing. His sentencing is unlikely to be the maximum of 10 years on each count, and now he'll have to go about trying to figure out how he'll repair his position or reputation in society.
Republican leaders in the House are pushing toward a vote on President Trump's tax and spending cuts package, but Linda Kenyon reports there's opposition within their own party.
Holdout conservatives and moderates alike have misgivings about the bill. Members of the House Freedom Caucus, for example, say the bill does not contain dollar-for-dollar spending reductions to offset tax cuts. Some House moderates say the cuts to Medicaid go beyond waste, fraud, and abuse that President Trump has cited and will leave millions of Americans without health care. Fiscal hawks like Ralph Norman of South Carolina have said the bill must be revised, and that would mean it would have to go back to the Senate, likely missing the president's July 4th deadline. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, taking the death penalty off the table. Jim Krasula reports.
The 30-year-old Kohberger was questioned by Ada County, Idaho Judge Stephen Hippler.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes. The judge went on.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty? Yes. Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Kohberger has given up his right to any legal appeals. He's to be sentenced later this month and faces life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Ukraine is looking to rent, build, or partner with someone to build weapons of war with Russia. The Trump administration put a pause on aid to Ukraine, citing stockpile issues. CBS's Charlie Daggett at the Pentagon.
The weapons that are on pause are said to include, these are really important for Ukraine, Patriot interceptors, surface-to-air missiles, Hellfire missiles, and then all that artillery to feed the howitzers. Basically, the whole package Ukraine needs to defend itself.
Ukraine summoned a U.S. diplomat to explain the decision. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News. Doctors have developed a new treatment for scoliosis, a condition that causes a curved spine. Christopher Cruz has that.
Dr. Sukin Shah at Nemours Children's Hospital in Wilmington, Delaware, surgically implants magnetic expansion control, or MAGEC, rods in patients. After they're implanted, they're expanded every 4 months.
We apply the magnet that talks to the internal magnet. The rods grow.
The rods allow 7-year-old Sadie Mears to be a cheerleader.
There's no pain.
Mom Ashley Mears says Sadie has had the MAGEC rods for almost a year now and has grown about 2 inches.
And she's able to kind of live a full normal life now.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
A new study finds pollution doesn't just damage your lungs, but your heart too. The Radiology Society of North America found people exposed to air pollution over a long period of time had scarring in their heart tissue, an early sign of heart failure. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell. Matt has gone for a snack run, and he is back.
I needed some salt.
He needed some salt. He's gotten some salt.
I need some tax relief.
Well, we'll see if you're going to get that ultimately.
I'm not.
You're not.
Okay.
Even a little bit?
It was a promise that the president made when he was touring here, and
Not so much? Okay. Well, we're watching what's coming from D.C. We'll see whether or not that massive spending and tax cut legislation makes its way to the president's desk.
It's called One Big Beautiful Bill.
It is.
Everyone seems to be resisting that name, you know, and I know that Chuck Schumer officially took it off, so now it's actually just H.R. 1.
Is it really big and beautiful?
That's just the name, you know? Like the Inflation Reduction Act. It doesn't have to have anything to do with the actual legislation. They just call it that for spin.
Okay. All right. Well done. Well done. We've been here before, haven't we?
Yes.
I think like 24 hours ago. Hey, folks, I'm looking at the trade right now. You're looking at stocks. Certainly the S&P and the NASDAQ 100 pretty much at its best levels of the session, just up a hair, about 0.4% higher in the S&P. We'll dig a little bit more into the trade in just a moment. Also, Matt, we're getting ready for the next round of earnings coming our way shortly. JPM will be reporting in about a week or a week and a half or so.
Oh my God, already?
I know. The C-suite commentary. The Atlanta Fed sharing a post about the evolving impact of tariffs on CFOs' outlook. So we're going to get a feel, some narrative, some sentiment in terms of CFOs. So looking forward to that. Our Mike McKee is going to be along with that as well.
I'm looking forward to it.
Plus, the former head of Google for Startups US on closing a gap in VC. We're also going to talk about America's hot garbage problem. You actually sent this to me early this morning. It's not good. And also in our 4 p.m. hour, what could leave millions of Americans without enough food? So we're going to dig into that. Let's get to the trade. Let's get to Charlie Pell.
All right, I thank you very much indeed. 53 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading mixed right now. S&P at a record best level of the day, up 25 on the S&P, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow in the red, little change, down under 0.1%, down 25. NASDAQ up 172, up by 0.9%. 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year 3.78%. Gold up $18 the ounce, 33.56, up 0.5%. A 3% surge for West Texas. Intermediate crude oil 67.39 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 3.3%. Bitcoin at $109,500 on Bitcoin. Tesla's global sales tumbled for the second quarter in a row. Tesla shares, though, gaining 5.1%. OpenAI has agreed to rent a massive amount of computing power from Oracle data centers as part of its Stargate initiative. Oracle shares, they're gaining by just about 3.4%. And Massachusetts is going to follow New York City in making landlords pay broker fees. Recapping, S&P up 25, best level of the day up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Carol Masser along with Matt Miller here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. As we mentioned, in 13 days, earnings season in the U.S. gets underway. JP Morgan Chase kicking it off before the market open, along with a few other big banks. That will happen on July 15th. It is also, what's so great about this, Matt, I love earnings season. I feel like it's a gut check on companies. And I know sometimes we feel like companies manage expectations in a big way. But we also do hear from the C-suites on those analyst and investor calls.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the most important part, right? It doesn't really matter once you get there how they did in the quarter they're reporting on. It really matters what the outlook is. Exactly.
All right. And we're going to talk a little bit about outlook because our Michael McKee actually bringing this to our attention this morning, a survey out from the Atlanta Fed on the evolving impact of tariffs on CFOs' outlooks. It was, as we said, I think published this morning. Mike is, of course, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He's right here in our studio. And joining us from Atlanta is Brent Meyer. He's Assistant Vice President and Economist at the Economic Survey Research Center at the Fed Bank of Atlanta. Great to have you here with us both. Brent, Mike did share your survey with us this morning. Lay it out for us and what you guys found out.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So basically, what we found is over the past few quarters, CFOs are seeing a darkening outlook. And it seems to be connected to firms that are the most heavily exposed to tariffs. They have a much heavier exposure on inputs and supplies coming from abroad, and their outlooks deteriorated markedly. So their expectations for GDP growth, say in 2025, they're down about a percentage point from where they were at the end of last year. Their sales revenue growth projections are down. And then on the flip side, unit cost expectations and price expectations are up quite a bit. So again, we see these things as sort of CFOs see things darkening materially as we move throughout the remainder of the year.
On the other hand, they're coming from a pretty good level, right? We were talking with Nir Kesar earlier, who wrote a piece for Bloomberg Opinion and pointed out that profit margins for the S&P 500 equal weight index are at a record high. So they do have some cushion into which to absorb tariffs if they have to.
Yeah, but potentially, and that's an interesting angle. So one thing we can look at is both firms' cost and price projections for the year, their expectations for the year. And one thing that we see here is that the sort of margin squeeze seems to be strongest on those that are more heavily exposed to the potential tariffs and the tariff picture. The other thing that's kind of interesting here is that firms that aren't directly exposed to tariffs seem to be pushing up their price expectations a little bit more than where their costs are coming from. So we might see margin compression on those that are most heavily exposed, and at the same time on those that maybe aren't as heavily exposed to the sort of tariff picture, seeing a little bit of increased margin or something,
That's
from
amazing.
That's pretty.
I mean, that is absolutely fascinating. Mike, what do you make? Mike, I'm going to bring in Mike McKee here. What do you make of that? So firms that don't really need to pay for it are trying to take price for it.
Well, it doesn't surprise anybody, I don't think, and it will add to inflation questions, shall we say. Not necessarily to inflation. We'll have to see how widespread that is. I'm curious, though, when you did your survey, the time frame on it, in other words, did anybody say we might feel a whole lot better come July 8th when we find out what the reciprocal tariffs are?
So no, we didn't ask that question. It would have been a great question to ask. Next time we go in the field, we'll definitely be able to pick that up. But the survey was in the field during the first couple of weeks of June. And we're comparing really what we wrote in this article compares to the end of last year. So we can see as they move forward from, say, right around the time of the election through the first quarter survey and the second quarter survey, this sort of march or deterioration on sales revenue growth and then the ratcheting up on the price picture.
You know, Brent, we love the stuff that we get from the various regional feds. I think about the GDP Now index that we get from you guys, and I'm sure stuff like this, how it works into some of your thoughts about kind of where we're going. But as you are gathering information anecdotally, real data points, public, private sector, I mean, what's the picture that you are seeing in the U.S. economy right now?
Oh, that's a good question. So if I take a wholesome approach and look across all our surveys, and here at the Atlanta Fed, we also have a regional economic information network. So this is a group of folks that are chatting face-to-face with businesses on a daily basis. It's a picture of very heightened uncertainty, a picture with, basically there are a lot of clouds on the horizon. We don't know exactly how things are going to play out. But at the same time, firms seem to be moving forward in a direction and expecting one to ratchet up price as as tariffs really hit their bottom line, and then at the same time anticipating as they're raising price, seeing some of that bite into their sales revenue.
Did they suggest any actions they're going to take, or is this a case of what we've been hearing in terms of the Beige Book and other Fed communications, that companies are just sort of sitting and waiting to make decisions?
No, that's a good question, Mike. So there tends to be some dispersion here across maybe firm size. So larger firms that are a bit more agile, that are able to make different moves. It seems like they're doing so. Smaller firms, I think the picture is a bit cloudier there, but I think the bite from all of this action to date is likely to hit them a little bit harder. They're a little bit less well connected when we're talking about reconfiguring supply chains and things like that.
I wonder how this affects the labor market, because it seems that the larger firms, from what I'm hearing you say, are going to be able to deal with this better, and that is, I think, what has been our assumption. The smaller firms are going to have a much bigger problem, especially if they're exposed to international supply chains. But those smaller firms, don't they make up a massive share of U.S. jobs and job creation?
Yeah, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I think it's a very sizable share of overall employment on firms that are less than 250 employees in size. And yeah, that's right. So I think if you're looking in the rearview mirror, the employment picture looks reasonably positive. I mean, we've seen some slowing, but not a whole lot of quick deterioration. As we look forward, it's those small firms. We're paying a lot of attention to how their employment realizations and expectations evolve over the next couple of quarters.
Mike, last question to you. I mean, it's a big day tomorrow, right, with that monthly labor report. I mean, any number that comes in weaker is certainly going to catch our attention. But what are you anticipating here?
Well, I think we'll see a weak number for a couple of reasons. One, that's been the trend.
Yeah.
And two, the seasonal factors suggest that could be the case. But weak being a matter of definition. I mean, if you had 110,000, which is the forecast, that would kind of fit in with what the Fed thinks the regular replacement number needs to be to keep the unemployment rate steady. If we get anything significantly lower than that, it will put the idea of a July rate cut onto the market's agenda.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll do so to the Fed. We'd need a rise in the unemployment rate for that.
All right, going to leave it there. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Of course, Brent Meyer, Assistant Vice President Economist at the Economic Survey Research Center at the Fed Bank of Atlanta, out there in Atlanta. And Mike, thanks for bringing this to us. Really appreciate it. You're going to have a busy day tomorrow, but you're here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
I'm not going to.
You're not coming in.
I'll be listening. Mike.
Matt Miller and I will be holding down the fort.
All right. Make sure you catch Mike tomorrow on Surveillance, 8:30 a.m. Eastern.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're both advancing right now. S&P up 25 at a record 62.23. That is a gain of 0.4%. By the way, year to date, we've got the S&P up 5.8%. The Dow down 23, lower than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 171 on the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of 0.9%. The Mag 7 Index, tech names ripping higher right now with that index up by 1.3%. 10-year, 4.28%. The 2-year, 3.78%. Spot gold is climbing. Precious metal is advancing right now. We do have an ounce of gold trading higher, and the price of crude oil also is moving higher today, looking at a roughly 3% gain in West Texas. Intermediate crude up 2.9%. Spot gold, by the way, up by 0.5%. Wall Street's also looking ahead to tomorrow morning's jobs report. Kathy Bostjancic is chief economist at Nationwide Mutual Insurance, and she was interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Most likely, we see a slowdown in payroll growth. And we think that's not just, for tomorrow's number, but over the next couple months, we see this gradual slowdown. And there's a lot of churn going on, a lot of things hitting the economy, tariffs, immigration changes, but it doesn't indicate to us that we're falling off a cliff.
Kathy Bostjancic of Nationwide Mutual Insurance. U.S. mortgage rates dropped last week to the lowest level since early April. Home builder stocks, they're gaining today. Toll Brothers up 2.5%. KB Home, it is up by 1%. Lennar up by 0.1%. Oracle, OpenAI expanding their Stargate deal for more U.S. data centers. And UK market slipped as doubts swirl over Chancellor Reeves' future. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. If you're driving, pull over because you're going to want to listen to this story. Beneath layers of waste, landfills around the United States have been reaching scorching temperatures and neighbors have been getting sick. This is today's Bloomberg Big Take, where Bloomberg's Laura Bliss and Rachel Dottle write, for many of the more than 2 million Americans who live within a mile of a landfill, what all of this means is that they're living within a mile of a potential time bomb with little way to know when it might go off. You can read this full story and more from the Bloomberg Big Take. It's on the Bloomberg terminal and also at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Let's head to our San Francisco bureau and to Bloomberg Business Week editor and writer Laura Bliss. Laura, sobering story. What is America's hot garbage problem?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. The landfill that you mentioned in LA County is a great example, and pockets of buried waste in this landfill have been rising to temperatures over 200 degrees for the past 3 years. That's about 40% higher than the EPA safety standard. California regulators suspect that what's causing this is too much oxygen getting into this landfill, which is a problem known to start fires. This goes against federal regulations. The landfill operator says that's not the case, says nothing is on fire. And as I found out, these landfills that have been overheating are a phenomenon that we've seen across the U.S. over the last 20 years. And there's real debate, there's real controversy, within the industry and between regulators about what's causing them and what to do about it.
Laura, first of all, I read your story this morning. The first thing I read on the Bloomberg, and I could not put it down. And, I'm the type of reader who typically goes through the first 4 paragraphs. I'm from the Matt Winkler School of Bloomberg, and then I'm done. So fantastic job writing this. One question I did have is, isn't it pretty easy to determine whether something is on fire or not? I mean, it seems like you could gauge that pretty quickly.
You would think so. You would think so. And a challenge with these incidents is that, the temperature climbs, this is happening several feet below the surface of the landfill. And so you don't necessarily see smoke, you don't necessarily smell, what you might think of as a burning smell. These events can manifest in a lot of different ways. And it's because actually that you don't necessarily see those, classic fire symptoms that the industry is saying, well, this is not a fire. We think it's something else that's going on here. But as the story shows, and thank you so much for reading it, I mean, regardless of what we call it, residents are getting sick, and there's a lot of challenges in really addressing the problem and kind of getting to the root cause.
Exactly. What's crazy is, like, people are getting caught up. Is it a fire? Is it not a fire? And there's all these terminology, subsurface oxidation, smoldering events. But it's an important distinction, because you're right, the distinction isn't trivial. Federal regulations explicitly forbid operators from running landfills in a way that starts fires. Why is that so important, especially when you so clearly write that people who are living nearby, they and their families are getting pretty sick?
Absolutely. I mean, it's been, a well-known issue in the industry for years, that these fires can create really dangerous and toxic situations. And, among the, few regulations that are out there at the federal level for landfills, don't start a fire is absolutely one of them. And, one of the concerning things that I found is that one of the key rules that environmental engineers and safety advocates say, was really there to prevent fires was actually rolled back. And so, as far as like what is there to do about it, that is something that a number of scientists highlighted for me, that we need the return of some of these rules, for example, to stop too much oxygen from getting in, because as we all know, right, that can start fires when you mix that with hot enough temperatures.
And the point is, it starts fires, but it also gives off really dangerous gases, right? And talk to us about what's happening to people who live nearby.
Yeah, I mean, so just to take the Chiquita Canyon landfill as an example, I mean, we see elevated levels of benzene, a known carcinogen, carbon monoxide, other toxic gases that are known, to cause the kind of respiratory, neurological, cardiovascular symptoms that people are reporting. Hand tremors, headaches, nosebleeds that won't end. People are having, cancer also, and wondering, is what's going on with the landfill having to do with my diagnosis.
So what can these people do about it? I mean, as I was reading your story, I had a feeling of like frustration in my chest, because it's so hard to prove causation, right? People are getting sick who don't live near the landfill also. And these corporations have seemingly endless pools of money for litigation. I think of Dark Waters. I think of Aaron Brockovich. What can the Houses, who is the couple that you write about in your lead, what can they do about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. There are, I think, over a dozen, mass torts moving through the legal system right now of residents trying to take legal action to represent themselves. Los Angeles County is also sued. At the state regulatory level, there have been a lot of enforcement actions. And I think what a lot of these efforts are all kind of pushing for are funds, from the operator to fund the relocation of residents, right, to get out of this danger zone. And so I think that is what a lot of people are pushing for at this point. But, there's also, I write about in the story, Pilar Schiavo, who's an assembly member in California, has a bill that's, she's, I think is awaiting a hearing in the state Senate that would basically just attach more, penalties, right, to landfills in the future that, exhibit these symptoms that cause these kinds of problems for people.
What do the companies say?
Well, just to reiterate, right, they say that this is not a fire. This is what they call an elevated temperature landfill, which is a term that, the industry has applied to at least 10, large landfills across the U.S. over the last 20 years that have exhibited similar symptoms. And, they pointed to, millions of dollars that they've spent in mitigating the problem, adding gas wells to trap the odors, putting a cover on top, contributing some money to residents to, buy air filters and things like that.
Why don't they just go in there with cranes and dump trucks and move it away? I mean, there is a temperature regulation, right? They're not allowed to be above a certain temperature, and you can just stick a thermometer in there and see that this does exceed that regulation.
It's true. It's absolutely true. I think the challenge is, what do you do when these kind of hot temperatures become this kind of runaway problem? And again, the question of causation, what to call it, like this all matters, right? Because that drives at the question of what do you do about it. And California regulators say you need to dig a fire break, which is actually not unlike what you're saying, right? You need to sort of create almost a trench, right, to stop this reaction from progressing. The operator says that would make things much worse. They say that the solution is to keep pulling heat out using these wells. So there's a lot of disagreement there.
Well, and I feel like it gets into a bigger problem in the United States, Laura, and that has to do with waste, right? Like, what do we do with it? If you can't, I think there's pushback against creating new waste facilities, right? Or waste or dumps, basically.
I wouldn't want it in my backyard.
Exactly. So then what you have to do is deal with the existing ones and just pile more and more stuff into it. I mean, as you note in your story, is that for a long time people burn garbage. It's not the way. I mean, in doing kind of also some, giving us a little bit of a history lesson in terms of dealing with garbage. I mean, this is again becoming another big problem, not only maybe potentially for the health of U.S. citizens, but also for the climate.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this whole situation is a great and really alarming, picture of the problems that can arise, like when we just keep kind of piling our trash higher and deeper, right? And I mean, I will also add that, safety advocates will say, we're going to generate trash, right? We know that that trash is going to generate methane emissions, and that's kind of part of the story too, because trapping these emissions, you use these wells that can actually lead to more oxygen intrusion, which is known to start these fires. And so, advocates will say, like, we just need better monitoring, right? We need, better technology to monitor emission levels, real-time temperature monitoring, for example, so that, operators and regulators can take action more quickly instead of, letting problems kind of spiral.
Well, and as Carol and I were talking about this yesterday, one of the great things to do would be to stop generating as much waste. Right? I was over the weekend camping looking for a spoon, and I went to a store and they had a box of 200 plastic ones if I wanted it, but that's part of the problem.
Yeah, like making things that you actually reuse.
You got to attack the problem at the root, right? Laura, I'm sure you've thought about this a lot.
Absolutely. I mean, it's funny. Part of the way I celebrated more flammable waste, vapes, e-cigarettes, like these kinds of things. And so, figuring out the right, safest place to put it is important too.
Yes, we get editor and writer. Check it out. You can find it on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/businessweek. Hey, we're counting you down to the close. Coming up, we've got a chief investment officer who sees the U.S. equity market valuation premium persisting in select growth-oriented sectors. We'll ask about that.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow trading lower, S&P, NASDAQ both higher, S&P at a record. But let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. The main U.S. averages received a boost earlier after Trump announced a trade deal with Vietnam. The S&P cash is up 0.4%. It notched a new record intraday. NASDAQ up 0.6% with the Dow underperforming. Taking a look at the Dow, Nike, NVIDIA, and Amgen leading, with UNH, Travelers, and Coca-Cola under pressure. Insurance names are still struggling as Centene is down as much as 40% after pulling its outlook yesterday. In tech, OpenAI and Oracle are expanding their Stargate deal for U.S. data centers. Meanwhile, the big beautiful bill is facing snags in the House ahead of Trump's July 4th deadline. Wrapping things up, gold and oil are climbing, with WTI crude futures up nearly 3%. My name is Jordan Fitzgerald from the First Word Breaking News Desk. All yours, Charlie.
All right, thank you very much, Jordan. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, coming up in about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Wednesday. Carol Master along with Matt Miller in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I know, are you bopping?
I'm starting to get a second wind. Did you
have coffee?
No,
Tea?
I don't drink coffee.
Tea?
I drink tea all day long. But, I anchor the Open. I anchor Bloomberg Open Interest weekdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and so being here at the close is pretty exciting for me.
Listen, you have been incredible this week. Long day, because you've been doing double duty. Hey, we want to get into it and see what our next guest has to say. Michael Hans is with us. He's Chief Investment Officer at Citizen Wealth, subsidiary of Citizens Bank, which is a subsidiary of the publicly held and $20 billion market cap Citizens Financial Group. That is based in Rhode Island. Citizens Private Wealth, about $29 billion.
You really dug into that, huh?
In assets under management. I like to, you know. I like to do the whiteboard.
This is Carol Master. She works for Bloomberg Radio, which is owned by Bloomberg LP.
You want to keep going?
I
which
could.
is owned by
I'm
Michael R.
stop now.
Bloomberg.
Yeah.
Michael, good to have you here. How are you?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good to have you here. You guys just are out with a mid-year investment update. I'm looking at an S&P that's up about 6%, a NASDAQ 100 that's up about 7.6%. I look at the major industry groups in the S&P. Industrials are up almost 13%. Materials up almost 10%. Financials up almost 9%. I mean, who'd have thunk that at some point we were in a bear market on the NASDAQ 100, close to it on the S&P 500. What did this mid-year outlook tell you maybe about what's to come?
Yeah, at first, we did push off the major outlook because there was a tremendous degree of uncertainty. And when we actually wrote it, we're reiterating a lot of what we had penned back in December of last year. And so if you think about broader markets, you didn't even hit on some of the international markets that have fared extremely well. With all the consternation around the bond market, fixed income returns are really strong across high grade and corporate credit. And so it's been an environment where I think a lot of the headline-driven narratives associated with policy, associated with geopolitics, have clearly dissipated. And, the position of holding through broadly diversified portfolios, fared really well. And so that's the guidance to clients that there's going to be a lot of noise. We anticipated a significant degree of volatility. Tariffs caught a lot of people by surprise. And I think many on the institutional front and even on the retail side initially reacted to that. What you're seeing is more of that catch-up trade. As you would anticipate at new highs, sentiment would be stretched. We're finding that it really isn't, because this is somewhat of a hated, doubted rally.
Yeah, catch up to retail investors. They're the ones that have been buying since the lows in April, right? And over the last couple of days, it seems like the last couple of days of the second quarter, it seems like institutions were rushing in to catch up. We used to call that window dressing. I don't know if they still call that. But is that the case?
We think so, and we think that there's still room. Sentiment isn't all that stretched, as I mentioned. If you look at a variety of surveys and then just general positioning. What was nice to see yesterday is post-window dressing is that you saw sector dispersion. And so some of the names and sectors that really didn't participate to the same degree were actually leading a little bit of a give back today.
Yeah.
But ultimately we think as you look at across a variety of markets, one area that we are reiterating in our mid-year is think leaning a little bit towards active small cap. If you look at the Russell relative to areas like the NASDAQ or the S&P 500, still well underweight. The last several days, if you look at that, breaking out above the 200-day is more of a confirmation that sentiment is turning. It's too difficult to discern 1 or 2 day trading activity if that's a new trend. But that's an area we'd have at the margin thinking through where you want to pair some elevated risk premium that likely persist on the valuation standpoint and then think about other areas. But it's got to be a mindful allocation and not just the broad index, given how many non-profitable names there might be in some of the respective indices.
So how do you factor in, what is the factor component of a president who could change his mind? Like, we are waiting to see, do we get an extension on this July 9th deadline for tariffs, right? Like, things seem to, very possibly make 180s when it comes to policy. Or do you feel like that's not the case anymore?
I think it's still in play. July 9th is certainly the next date that we're going to have to look at. I think this is just
the volatility of the administration is still in play, or?
Well, I think the volatility is still in play, right? But I think if you look at the activities, and there's a good degree of momentum from the administration, right? You've seen Middle East policy that has actually played out reasonably well, and a situation where tariffs have been backed off to the point where markets are now acquiescing to the fact that if you would have floated these policies to them 6 months ago, I don't think markets or the anticipation of positive returns were in front of you. Now the market's really thrilled with some of these deals that are coming forward. So I think it's an administration that lives in the real world will put out something that's heavy and then backtrack based upon the reaction. Regardless, the antidote to a lot of this from what we're seeing is stay diversified, right? Throughout much of this, you saw a variety of themes that played out really well, both in public and private markets that counterbalance some of the price volatility that you saw in some of the overvalued segments of the market.
I mean, it does look like people got diversified just looking at fixed income. I run the INGO function on the Bloomberg, and you look at the year-to-date return column, and it's all green, no matter where you're looking. EM, high yield, European, MBS, treasuries, like everything fixed income gained in the first half. Does that have legs?
I think it has legs. You want to be selective of where you are. And so a variety of areas. So for example, municipals for our client base across, the gamut, whether it's at the affluent side all the way to the ultra high net worth side, municipals are relatively inexpensive and you have good seasonality and technical factors coming into play. There's some areas that we're looking at opportunistically to say, can you theoretically dial back some of your lower quality fixed income and think around areas? There's a lot of discussions around private credit and direct lending. So offer up some liquidity for higher rates of return, better covenants and protection. So fixed income has legs, and historically, future rates of return are highly contingent upon your starting yields. And there are many scenarios that you can envision where, because of elevated yields, duration risk is nowhere near where it was. So the likelihood of negative returns on fixed income would require material shocks, either from a rate perspective or credit.
When you talk about long-term focus, and I understand it, if investors need to kind of be thinking about that, is overseas diversification, Europe in particular, a longer-term play in your view? We've talked about it yesterday, Matt. We've been talking about it a lot here at Bloomberg, the overperformance, especially, when you look at the weaker, dollar, the overperformance of European markets. Is that a long-term play in your view?
We think it is, and we've always had, core allocations to international markets. There are many instances over the better part of the last 15 plus years that it hasn't panned out. Do I think this has legs? Well, the easy trade from a valuation perspective is behind us, right?
Already.
A good portion of that.
That was quick.
But it doesn't mean that there isn't room, right? You have considerable risks associated with geopolitics. But more than anything else, I think where the market is today, you still have valuations that are reasonable, right? They're not stretched by any means of the imagination. You have concerns still around the U.S. dollar, so that is diversifying away for a U.S.-based investor to have that exposure. And then if we can see a continued theme, what's coming out of Germany as it relates to more spending on infrastructure and defense, there are some positive there, and earnings have been guided higher.
And of course, earnings certainly going to get it underway here in the United States, but
2
watching
more
it
weeks.
overseas. I know.
Give me some time, Carol. Give me some time.
I'll give you 2 weeks.
To relax.
I'll give you 2 weeks. Michael Hands, over at Citizen Wealth, Chief Investment Officer. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just about 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Wednesday. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller in for Tim Stenovec. We've got the S&P just up about 25 points. That's a record, right? Yeah.
We are at a record. Yeah, we would only have to be up 1/25th of a point.
1/25th of
to
a
close
point.
a record.
Today.
Yeah, because
so it's just like over the line.
We're just continue to push higher
It's like,
and
you know,
higher
you know when the
and
ball
higher.
is on the line or just over the line in
Yes,
tennis?
we have a cyclops for that.
These can be tough. These can be tough calls. Speaking of tennis, a great story shared to us by our Elizabeth Cedrin, one of our producers here, has to do with Bill Ackman. You've heard of him. I didn't know he was only 59 years old.
Did you think he was older?
I don't know what I thought.
He seems pretty young to me.
Yeah,
He's
maybe
in
I thought he was
super
younger.
good shape. You know, he's one of these guys who, and I don't think he's wrong, sort of preaches health equals success, you know, or at least it plays a huge part in success, and he talks about that.
Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
I really do think so.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you can be successful early on in life and not be healthy, but by the time you get to our age, I'll say ours because I'm 51, so I'm not that far off from him.
Thank you.
You
for
have
that.
to be
taking care of yourself.
You have to be taking care of yourself to continue to win.
Yeah.
And that's what he wants to do.
In tennis?
In tennis, yes.
Yep. He's attempting to become the oldest player to receive official ATP ranking points by winning at the Hall of Fame Open in Newport, Rhode Island.
Yeah, and he's going to team up with Jack Sock, who has won a couple Grand Slams as well. He was going to play with Nick how do you say it? Kyrgios?
I don't know. How do you say it?
Elizabeth, how do you say that? Kyrgios, who, by the way, I hate that I can't pronounce his name because I love to watch that guy play tennis. I've watched him at the U.S. Open a couple times.
Yeah.
But I guess he was injured, and so Jack Sock got a wild card, and then invited Ackman to play because they're all like X/Twitter friends.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, if you take away his gray hair, he looks really young, I think, Bill Ackman.
He's got 1.8 million followers, and I guess he put this out on X. I strongly encourage you to visit the Hall of Fame, attend the tournament, and come to cheer us on, or boo me, if that is your point of view. If we win, I am pretty sure I will be the oldest person in tennis history at 59 to win ATP points.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, I think regardless of your view on him and his politics and his penchant for using social media all damn day long, you still have to root for him. Because that's great when somebody our age wins ATP points.
Apparently, he made plans to play in an ATP tournament with Nick Kyrgios.
Yes.
Excuse me, Kyrgios. Earlier this year, but I guess those have been delayed due to a string of injuries.
We've gone through
for
this.
the former. Oh, did you say that already?
Yeah, we've talked about it.
I am really not listening to you today. I don't know what. I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
I get that.
I know.
It's been a long week, and we're only on day 3. But you know what? The good news for you is that you don't have to come in tomorrow.
I know. It's like
me and Romaine
it's like somebody
Bostic.
knows. Push me. Take a day off.
Me and Romaine are filling in for you, and Tim.
Well, you're going to try. I'm just going to say.
We're not going to do as good a job as you would do, but we're going to just like actually be here and talk.
And listening to each other.
Romaine will do a very good job, I'm sure.
Listen, I love Romaine. I love you. I can't wait to see the two of you. Who stops talking first?
I will acquiesce. You know, it's fine with me if Romaine wants to say as much as he can.
Oh my God. Maybe I'll just tune in.
I mean, can you imagine a Thursday afternoon?
Okay?
You know, the jobs number has come out. We've got the big, beautiful bill probably passed and signed. The day before the 4th of July, who in his right mind is still going to be in the office? Right?
Wow.
I mean, everybody on Wall Street is gonzo by the time we're going to go on air.
It was kind of quiet coming in today already.
Yeah, I mean.
It's going to be quiet. Yeah. Okay. But you know what? Hey, you got it. The market's got to close. Somebody's got to cover it.
That's true.
It's still important.
That's true.
Trades happen.
They're very serious about being open a lot. If I were in charge, we would have 3 trading days a week.
I'm with you on that. Here. Let's put it in the
and a holiday
box.
at least every month. At least.
I agree. All right, over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Action with our global simulcast right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Fu, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts right now. Carol Massar in the radio booth. Matt Miller in today for Tim Stenovic as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, our partnership with YouTube, with the S&P, Carol Massar, at a record high. Small caps outperforming them all and big moves higher in Treasury yields.
I know. So what is it? Like just enthusiasm? Is it trade? Is it the deal? The massive spending and tax cut bill working its way through. I mean, it's pretty interesting to see this enthusiasm, and I'm just kind of again thinking about earnings that are coming up in a couple of weeks, whether or not it will support all of that. What?
You continue to do your best not to say one big beautiful bill. That's what it's called, okay?
OBBB. We've been going back and forth a little bit.
I like 1B3. Look, I think
it's
you
marketing.
get
I
some
have a hard
sense
time with
of
that.
certainty, right? Every administration does marketing with massive legislation. We've seen that before with the, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, which also didn't reduce inflation. But the point is, you get a little bit more certainty here, and so people are willing to take more risk in this market.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see where it goes, because right now it's still stuck in the House. They haven't really moved forward with that yet. So the next couple of hours is definitely crucial here. Don't forget, we also had the trade deal with Vietnam. So that's now, what, 3, right?
Yeah, they're going to pay us 20% tariffs on all the goods they ship here.
40% for the transshipment, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that how it works? Okay. All right. Well, we did get some news on the trade front that is a net positive for stocks, assuming that there is follow through and that bill working its way through Congress, that big budget bill. Hitting some sticking points as House Republicans try to sort out the nitty-gritty, but right now the betting is that will somehow make it to the president's desk over the next few days. We take a look at the markets here on this Wednesday afternoon. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to finish out the day unchanged, but you had a lot of activity for the other indices on the day. An S&P 500 back above 6,200, up 29 points or 0.5% to a record high. A NASDAQ 100 at a fresh record high. A NASDAQ composite up almost 200 points or 1% on the day. And a Russell 2000 outperforming them all with a gain of about 29 points or 1.3%.
Yeah, nice to see that, right? Going back to the S&P 500, guys, 286 names higher in the S&P 500 today, Scarlett, 213 to the downside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. A pretty mixed day, although there are more advancers than decliners when you look at the industry groups. Energy stocks gaining 1.7%. They're the best performers, followed by materials and tech, each gaining more than 1%. Your laggards are healthcare, and that's really on the back of Centene plunging, and utilities as well as financials, which had gotten boost in recent days.
All right, guys, let's go to some outperformance that we've seen. I want to go to actually an index, the S&P Global Clean Energy Transition Index. I wanted to pull that up because that is up about 1.7% higher today after U.S. excise tax seen as an existential threat to the solar and wind industry was stripped from the Senate GOP tax mega bill that passed the chamber in that tie-breaking vote yesterday. Goldman Sachs index of renewables, by the way, trading at a fresh 2021 high. Renewable stocks around the globe we've seen rally also because we had another story on the Bloomberg that just talked about these green-related stocks, despite being so much under pressure by the Trump administration, enjoying their best quarter in almost half a decade. So I just wanted to pull that out. We saw a bunch of names in this sector higher. In fact, First Solar, let's go to that one, up 4.6% at the close. It was up as much as about 9.5% earlier in the session. It's a top gainer in the S&P 500. So again, having to do with that Senate budget bill that passed through and some of that excise tax, as we said, pulled back. Yeah, we saw those names going higher. Sorry, I'm really tired today.
Carol's having a tough day.
I'm having a tough day.
But the good news, Romaine, this is her last day in the office this week.
You guys are going to have to carry the mantle tomorrow. Tesla, let's go to Tesla, up 5%, a top gainer in the NASDAQ 100, the second top gainer in the NASDAQ 100, again, up about 5%. Carmaker posted a less drastic decline in vehicle sales than most pessimistic analysts feared. It was down 13% from a year earlier, but some had thought it could be down maybe more than 20%. So, kind of a sigh of relief for those Tesla folks. All right. Take it away.
All right, I am looking at the losers, and Tesla's not one of them, even though those deliveries really massively missed what people have been expecting. So anyway, Centene is, I think, the big story. I had a huge argument with my open interest co-host, Katie Greifeld, this morning. I wanted to do this story, and she was like, who's heard of Centene? Well, it's a $28 billion insurer that has 28 million customers. It's gotten rocked because of that big, beautiful bill. Most of Centene's business is Medicare or ACA, and that obviously being scaled back, and this is going to result in earnings headwinds of as much as $1.8 billion. A lot of analysts, or at least two that I saw this morning, cutting their view on the health insurer, maybe more now that we're at the close.
It really goes to the idea that these health insurance companies have been so consistent with being able to project out what their financials look like that when they can't, this is the kind of reaction they get.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're bringing down a lot of other healthcare companies with them. Molina, I haven't pulled these up, but Molina, Elevance, Oscar Health are all big losers today. I want to move on to Intel because the chip maker is off at the close after Reuters reported that the CEO, Lip-Bu Tan, is exploring a potential strategy shift in the foundry business that would entail no longer making or marketing certain chip-making technologies to external customers. Reuters citing people familiar there. We haven't independently confirmed it, but you can definitely see that the shares are off 4.25%. And then I think Adobe is an interesting loser today because of a big winner, right? Figma is expected to be one of the biggest IPOs this year. It almost got sold for $20 billion a couple of years ago. So it's a software design startup. It only has like less than 250 million in revenue a quarter, so I guess $1 billion a year. 20 times sales seems, I guess, okay for this kind of what I'm told is a very sticky software service that could really impinge on Adobe and compete with that company. And that's why Adobe is having a tough day in the market today, down 3.5%.
All right, a lot of activity in the equity market today, but even more activity when it comes to bonds. Treasury yields, bear steepening on the day. As you see the mismatch there between what we see on the shorter end of the curve and the longer end of the curve. Yields higher on your 2-year by only about a basis point, but up about 4 to 5 basis points when you go from 10 to the 30-year levels. We should point out some of this is related to some of the fiscal issues going on here in the U.S. and some of this, of course, a bit of a rollover from what transpired over in the U.K. earlier today with some concerns about the fiscal situation in the U.K. and whether their equivalent of the Treasury Secretary, Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will keep her job.
Yeah, some big news out of there and certainly volatility in the markets there. Hey, listen, something that's causing some volatility in our world is artificial intelligence. And there's a great story by the Press Association about Wimbledon and their use of AI line calling, so artificial intelligence line calling. And a former top Wimbledon line judge has basically hit out at this and said, doesn't like the switch to these automated calls, saying, Matt, that it makes the court, quote, look like bad Photoshop. And this is Pauline Eyre. She's from North London, and she doesn't like it.
She doesn't like it? I mean, I get it. Why would Wimbledon do this? They still make people wear all white. So, you know, stick with the old, stick with the traditional. But of course, they already have the Cyclops and have had it for what, 2 decades?
Yeah, I mean, this seems a little bit like sauerkraut. I mean, I understand why she would be upset, but the idea here is that it's more accurate. And it doesn't really seem to address that issue, which is, of course, you know, the tennis players have for years argued about this idea about the human fallibility of these calls and if you can use technology. And look, we've seen this play out in other sports, right? Whether it's MLB, whether it's in the NFL, where you can take certain elements of the game, rely more on computers and cameras and other things to ensure that what's being called is actually supposed to be called.
We'll never have a moment where John McEnroe yells at the line judge and throws a major fit like he did in 1981 at Wimbledon.
That's the most important. Look, I think
viral moments.
In other sports, it's great, right? You want AI calling offsides in soccer because it's frustrating when that call is bad, but you also want to see John McEnroe throw his racket, don't you?
Well, who wants to see dinosaurs this weekend? Jurassic World Rebirth opens today. This is the 7th movie in the Jurassic Park franchise. I like the first one. I don't think I've seen any of the other ones.
I have not seen any of them since the first one.
There's ScarJo. She's in it. Jonathan Bailey from Bridgerton, also in it.
All right. Good-looking people and dinosaurs.
And dinosaurs. It should be the other way around. It should be good-looking dinosaurs. Oh, and some people.
Let's go to the movies. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Have a good and safe holiday. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Matt and Romain will be back here, right? Closing the bell tomorrow.
I hope he's ready to chill with me.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, maybe he's
I like
ready
to take my time, you know?
Yeah.
I like to marinate on things.
All right, well, they're going to continue on TV. We're going to continue here on radio. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, you are back here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masser along with Matthew Miller in for Tim Stenivek on this Wednesday. Hey, the Republican-led House and Senate are planning to cut the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP, which could leave millions of Americans without enough food despite its importance as a safety net. We should point out that there have been some carve-outs in the Senate bill, so maybe not all states are impacted the same way. But we wanted to get into this story. It's on the Bloomberg terminal. It's also can be found at Bloomberg.com/businessweek. With the details, let's bring in Bloomberg Business Week writer Dina Shanker. She joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Dina, I think everybody knows what SNAP is, but let's just kind of lay out some of the basics. What is it? Who qualifies for it? How many Americans use it? Give us a little bit of background here.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. So SNAP is a food assistance program. It's a safety net program. It is available to people based on their income level, either at or 100% below the poverty line. That's sort of the baseline. States can sort of make adjustments to that based on their cost of living. In 2024, there were more than 40 million Americans using SNAP, which is about 12% of the population.
That is disturbingly high.
Why
are
so
that many
people?
Americans?
Yeah. So it's crazy. What actually happened was that the numbers ballooned during COVID and never came really very far down because people, we talk about in a K-shaped economy, and this is a perfect example of some people have completely rebounded since COVID, and as these SNAP numbers show, a lot of people have not.
So is there any way of assessing, and I was asking Mike Dorning this earlier, and I'm afraid the answer is going to be no, but is there any way of assessing whether people are abusing these programs or whether those 40 million Americans actually cannot afford to feed themselves and their families?
So the way the bill is structured is based on state error rates. Now, an error can be an overpayment or an underpayment. And so the higher your error rate, as a state, then the higher percentage of the costs you're going to have to shoulder under the new bill. So the error rates really vary. Actually, the highest error rate belongs to, for 2023, belonged to Alaska, which had like a 60% error rate. But I think it's really important to remember that, as one of the people I spoke with pointed out to me, she said, listen, errors get made. To be clear, these are errors being made by the state administrative staff. These are not being made by the recipients. And also, so
the people who administer the program.
It's the states making the errors.
Okay.
Yeah. And as she pointed out, she said, we all make errors in our bills. I mean, has anyone, I can say for myself, I've overpaid bills and then been like, oh shoot, I have no money left in my checking account. I've underpaid and then had to pay late fees. And it's all just really by accident. So I think the idea of fraud, waste, and abuse, I'm sure somewhere somebody's doing something wrong, but it is not, from anyone I spoke to, it does not seem to be, like a really big issue. And one thing I will also add is that food banks, which are not part of the SNAP program, but often support some of the same communities, they're seeing increased demand too. So the increased demand is very real.
Yeah, I can imagine waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare and Medicaid, right? Because people who run healthcare facilities are likely trying to take advantage of the system. It's harder to understand that somebody would try and claim food stamps if he or she didn't have to. It doesn't sound like it's that lucrative, for one thing. And it's also not, it wouldn't be a point of pride if you were using, food stamps in a grocery store. So the problem, of course, isn't really the fact that we are paying for 40 million Americans to use food stamps. The problem is 40 million Americans find themselves in that position. And I'm wondering if anyone's doing anything to address the cause of that.
Well, not in this bill, that much I can say. There are all sorts of organizations out there, I think, that are really trying to help people meet their basic needs, and as well as organizations trying to help people that are out of work find work. But remember that
it's a huge issue. So I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, because it starts with childhood nutrition, education, love. There are a lot of issues, right, that lead to unemployment and poverty.
And there's also a lot of people, are in jobs that they have jobs, like a teacher who needs to take this was an example that was relayed to me, who needs to take unpaid leave because she had a complicated pregnancy and birth, and now she needs to go on food assistance because that's the only way to put.
And the husband has probably left.
That part of the story I have to say I didn't get.
But we've talked a lot about people who just, have a bad turn in their life. They lose a job, they've got debt or something, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a really, really bad way. And it is. But Matt, I agree with you. It's kind of staggering. We're supposed to be the
wealthiest nation in the world, right?
And then we're dealing with these kind of statistics. So basically, though, Dina, like, what happens to these people if they're not going to be able to get this assistance? I agree with what you were talking about, Matt. Like, we have to figure out what's the root cause of this.
But for now, they need food.
But for now, they need food. And how many are kids?
So one estimate said that about 2 million households, SNAP-using households, have children that will at least lose some benefits.
Yeah.
The bills cut the benefits in a variety. I have to say, like, almost every conversation I had, I found out another way that they were cutting benefits. They are expanding work requirements. They are basically completely defunding. They are completely defunding a nutritional education program that really helped low-income families. And the biggest change is that they are shifting a portion of the costs to the states. So what used to be a completely federally funded benefits are now being switched to the states. But the states, unlike the federal government, they have to have a balanced budget. So how states are going to come up with tens of millions, hundreds of millions, sometimes more than $1 billion, depending on the state and how many recipients they have, is really, nobody knows. Like, that's the answer, is that nobody knows.
By the way, how much money are we talking about being saved in spending? Because it goes up against $4.5 trillion in tax cuts.
So the cost shifting, which is going to be the biggest portion, will save about $40 billion. So a small amount of those.
Peanuts relative to.
Exactly. Yeah. And I should say that the average SNAP benefit is about $6 a day per person. So we're here in New York City. How far would $6 get you in food today?
Especially if you live in a food desert. I mean, you basically would have like one fast food meal.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't spend it on hot prepared foods.
Right. Okay.
But yeah.
But you're going to go to a store that takes food stamps, and they won't have any fresh produce, and your only choice is like hot Takis, right? So.
I mean, you're not going to have a lot of options, and your family. I mean, if it's these cuts, the people that I'm speaking to, and when they watched this pass in the Senate, they're just devastated. I think there's a big question of like, what are we going to do? For every meal a food bank provides, 9 come from SNAP. So what happens when that number is drastically cut? And people really don't know. And I'll just throw one more number in.
God forbid the economy slows, right? Or we go into a recession.
I mean,
anyway, go ahead.
And food prices are expected to go up as well. So one more number I'll throw in is that in this country, about 40% of our food goes to waste. And so it is just, the whole picture is just mind-boggling that we could have all these people who don't have enough food. We could have all these people throwing away food. I mean, it's really crazy.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
To have that much waste and then to see, so many people going without food.
And
it's pretty sad.
It's awful.
Dina Shanker, it's a great read. Check it out at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Business Week writer, I should say, Dina Shanker. Coming up, we're going to talk about making it actually in the USA.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond President Tom Barkin says there's no urgency for officials to lower rates with data showing the U.S. economy remains strong. He made the comment in an interview with Fox Business. Another record for the S&P 500 index, closing today ahead of the jobs report at 6227, up another 0.5%. The S&P advanced 29 points today. A down day for the Dow, falling 10 points, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 190, a gain there of 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.3%. The 10-year 4.28%, with the 2-year 3.78%. Gold up almost $20 the ounce, up 0.6%, $33.58 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.9%, $67.37 a barrel, and Bitcoin surged 3.2%. Bitcoin now at $109,302. Health insurer Centene plummeted the most on record after shocking investors last night when it withdrew its profit outlook on precipitously rising risks from Affordable Care Act plans. Centene down 40.4%. And Massachusetts is following New York City's lead. Renters in the state will no longer have to pay broker fees, which can be as high as 1 month's rent under a new provision in the 2026 spending package. Recapping, stocks higher. Another record on the S&P, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Matthew Miller in for Tim Stanovic. And I don't know if you saw, there was a read on U.S. manufacturing yesterday. We saw factory activity contracting in June for a 4th consecutive month. Orders and employment shrinking at a faster pace. So that malaise in manufacturing continues. Our next
French.
guest. You like that?
Yeah, I like it.
Well, you're welcome. I want to get to our next guest because he and his company have been manufacturing in the United States for about 160 years, a long time. Ross Widmoyer is with us. He's president and CEO of Faribault Mill, and he joins us here from Park Rapids, Minnesota. He, by the way, has also held some senior merchandising roles at Target. Ross, it is good to have you here with us. What is it like to manufacture in the U.S. today?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the program today. It's a labor of love. There's no question about that. You have to be dedicated to manufacture in general, but to manufacture in the United States, and we're unique because essentially everything we do is done here in the United States. It's not the easiest job in the world, but it's certainly a worthy calling.
So,
Wait.
Yeah.
When you say not the easiest job, so was it easier 100 years ago, 150 years ago? Like, give us. I know you guys, I mean, you closed your doors in 2009. I know that there's been really, really tough time, but we're in an environment where we've got an administration and a president who is really wanting more people to do manufacturing in the United States, all kinds of manufacturing. And you guys, make blankets and lots of really cool things. So is it easy to do?
Yeah, so I wasn't around 100 years ago.
Fair enough.
That goes without saying. So, but I think it was a lot easier. And I think what we experienced, like a lot of other textile mills and a lot of other manufacturing facilities in the United States in the 80s and 90s, and we were able to hang on a lot longer than most, was this tidal wave of offshoring that occurred primarily overseas to the Far East. And, that's made it tough on those of us who still manufacture here today. We were recently named by Bloomberg TV as the world's greatest blanket. And I like to tell people, if we didn't make the world's greatest blanket as an American manufacturer, we would have been out of business a long time ago. And to the point you made earlier, we were out of business for a couple of years. It wasn't but for the vision of a couple of investors here in the Twin Cities to reopen the mill. And with new investment we've made over the last 4 to 5 years, retaining and recruiting a workforce in Faribault, Minnesota, we've been able to experience a bit of a renaissance that's allowed us not only to survive these precarious times, but also to thrive. And that's where we are today as an American manufacturer.
What is it about, Minnesota? You guys are an iconic textile manufacturer. In Duluth, you've got, Duluth Pack and I can't remember the name of the clothing manufacturer there, but you've got Red Wing Shoes in Minnesota. What is it about that state and like those cold states around? Because in Wisconsin, you also, in the Pacific Northwest, you've got these incredible like heritage textile manufacturers. Is it the workforce that enables that?
Yeah, I think it's the workforce, it's the work ethic, and it's the power of the communities. I mean, you mentioned Red Wing Shoes. That's named after the town of Red Wing, which is only 30 minutes away from Faribault Mill, and Faribault, Minnesota is where we do business. So I think there's a great deal of pride people take here in Minnesota, but in the upper Midwest in general, when the name of your town is on the brand, you take it a lot more seriously than you otherwise would. But we've certainly been blessed with a great workforce in Faribault. We have folks who are second, third, even fourth generation craftspeople. I love to tell the story of a woman on our third floor cut sew area who just had a baby. Her grandparents met on that same cut sew floor 60 years ago, and now we've welcomed the fourth generation into the Faribault family. So it's that type of longevity and commitment from the community that really has helped keep us in business.
We'll talk about the workforce.
By the way, I remembered Aerostitch is the name of
Aerostitch.
So they make motorcycle gear in Duluth.
Okay.
Right, but I've been, I've heard of Faribault my whole life, and I'm wearing Red Wings all the time. These are iconic American and a lot of times handmade, artisan level products that I think, we should really be proud of. This is the kind of thing that, is exemplary in apparel and textiles. So it's pretty exciting to me to talk to you.
Yeah, I thank you for saying that, because we talk about our craft as being artisanal. And, it takes over 20 unique steps to make one of our blankets. We do everything from literally taking the wool off the sheep's back, spinning that into yarn, weaving that into fabric, doing a proprietary wet-dry finishing process to give it a softer handed feel. Then we cut sew, stitch, and ship the blanket. So we do it the old-fashioned way. And I think one of the reasons we're still around today and thriving is the fact that people appreciate that artisanal quality craftsmanship. And we haven't taken any shortcuts, and we do it still here in the United States.
Well, and they're looking for it more and more, right? Because in a world where, when I need something disposable, I go on Amazon.com and I buy it from, no doubt, a Chinese manufacturer. But when I want something like buy once, cry once, when I want something that's going to last and that I may be even able to pass on to my children. Like Carol and I were talking about this, the problem with this disposable society leads to giant landfills, and then everyone living near them gets cancer. If you want to avoid that kind of wasteful life, and I think more and more people are getting on board, then you want to buy something that not only is high quality, but also supports the town in which it's made.
Yeah, we tell people all the time, we may not be the cheapest. We are not the cheapest blanket, but we will be the best because of the way that we manufacture and the fact that we do it in Faribault, Minnesota, and we pay a living fair wage to folks to sustain a middle-class lifestyle in the community that we operate in. So that's really important to us. And as you said before, these are heirloom quality blankets that will stand the test of time. I tell people all the time, I remember sleeping at my grandmother's house in La Crosse, Wisconsin as a little kid under a Faribault, at that time, Faribault woolen mill blanket. And that's what we hope to do is we've been doing this for 160 years, and we want to make products today that will stand the test of time for another 160 years.
But Ross, what do you think about, President Trump, he keeps pushing companies, non-U.S. companies, U.S. companies, to kind of bring a lot more manufacturing back to the United States, all kinds. Is it easy is the wrong word, but I mean...
Is it helpful to you to have these tariffs so that, foreign-made blankets that are, cheap and disposable don't come into this country as cheaply?
Yeah, we get asked that question quite a bit about whether tariffs, have helped, if we're for tariffs. What I will tell you is that we've been operating business as usual, which I think has been a luxury over the last several months. I know, talking to some of my other manufacturing counterparts who are heavily reliant upon imports, both in terms of their products, but also the materials, they've created war rooms and have rethought their pricing models and, had to account for the tariffs and raise prices. We've actually done just the opposite of that. We've cut prices over the last several months, and that's a testament to our team. It's a testament to the investment that our ownership group has put in this mill over the last 4 to 5 years before tariffs were even a talk. And
how did you cut
we're
prices?
moving in a different direction. But
How did you cut prices?
So
I'm assuming you maintain margins, or are you reducing your margins?
Well, what we've done is we found efficiencies in the manufacturing process, and that's in part due to the fact that we've taken our equipment and updated it from the 19th century, brought it into the 21st or 20th century, and then eventually the 21st century. And so we've invested in a new set of looms. I mean, these looms can weave 6 to 7 times the amount of fabric that we were able to weave just a few short years ago. And so those efficiencies have allowed us to make continued investments in the company, and we wanted to pass that on to our customers who've been with us and been so loyal to us. So we're kind of taking a countercultural move here in an inflationary environment, and that's something that's really resonated with our customer base.
I'm just curious, though, before we wrap this up, in terms of workforce, what is it that you think this country needs to do? I mean, we've certainly, for the last several decades, it's all been about getting a college education. What would you say to folks who are listening about what we really need in our future workforce? A workforce that many are saying AI is going to replace a lot of those white-collar jobs, certainly the entry-level jobs. But what would you say to everybody?
Yeah, I think we have to invest heavily in the trades. I mean, that's not new news. There's been a lot of talk about it, but it's time for action on that. Trade schools, not only at the secondary, post-secondary level, but at the secondary and even the elementary school level. I have 2 boys who are 11 and 13, and I think about what they're learning in schools, and we have to teach. I'm a product of the liberal arts, but teaching hard trades, mechanical aptitude, I think is something that will allow us to really kind of take a big leap forward as a country and as a company to have the type of workforce we need for these manufacturing jobs going forward.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. So appreciate some time with you. Ross Widmoyer, he's president and CEO of Faribault Mill, joining us from Park Rapids, Minnesota on this Wednesday. I
Pretty exciting for me.
Why? Oh, yeah, I know.
Because I love these kinds of products, because I love this kind of manufacturing, and I love to invest in these heirloom pieces that I know someday my daughters will get.
Pass on. That's how my mom was. Like, invest and just have it forever and then pass it on. They're Frontier wool blankets. You know those blankets that are like cream and the different colors?
Yes, I do.
They have some pretty cool ones.
They look like, you're talking about the Points blanket, right? From the Hudson.
Is it the Points? You know what it is, like cream, it's got
from the
different
Hudson
colors.
Bay Company.
Yeah,
That's right. That's the Hudson Bay Company Points blanket.
But they too.
Yeah, Faribault does really some incredible stuff. And all of these products, he mentioned lacrosse. I buy a lot of my hunting boots come from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Red Wings, I just was using them on a climb this weekend instead of regular climbing boots because the Iron Rangers can take the beating. So really good stuff.
Their blankets used in, is it 1923? It's a precursor to Yellowstone. Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Well, it's on their website. Just going to tell you. Stick around. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow lower today, the S&P another record. NASDAQ advanced today. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.7%. Really did see tech stocks rally with the Bloomberg Mag 7 index today up by 1.3%. Bottom line here, new records led by tech mega caps as President Trump announced a trade deal with Vietnam. The numbers, here we go. S&P up 29, up 0.5%. Now it's 62.27. Dow Industrials lower, little change, down 10 points, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 190. For NASDAQ, the composite index, a gain of 0.9%. Again, that Mag 7 index up by 1.3%. 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year 3.78%. Spot gold up $19 the ounce. The precious metal higher today by 0.6%. Gold now at $33.58. West Texas Intermediate crude surged 3.1%, $67.49 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Michael Hans is Chief Investment Officer at Citizens Wealth, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's been an environment where I think a lot of the headline-driven narratives associated with policy, associated with geopolitics, have clearly dissipated. And, the position of holding through broadly diversified portfolios, fared really well.
Michael Hans of Citizens Wealth, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Paramount Global has reached a settlement with President Trump over a lawsuit alleging election interference by CBS News when it showed two different versions of a 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Kamala Harris in October. And Sean Diddy Combs, acquitted today on the top charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, was convicted of lesser charges. We'll have a whole lot more coming up tonight with Arjun Grasso on Bloomberg Law at just about 6 o'clock Wall Street time. Recapping, S&P up 29, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Well, in the month of May, Bloomberg News came out and said it's never been harder to make it in venture capital. This is hundreds of small VC firms struggling to raise money in the current market, with emerging managers seeing their total funding in the U.S. decline to about $17 billion last year from $64 billion, Matt, in 2021. I will say that's not the case for our next guest, who recently did a fundraise.
I'm very excited
to
hear from her.
Well, let's get to it. Collab Capital is what we're talking about. Actually closing a second fund with $75 million in committed capital to invest in early-stage startups addressing foundational needs across work, healthcare, and community infrastructure. And so we want to talk about it and see what she's up to. Let's head to Atlanta, Georgia. She is the co-founder and managing partner of Collab Capital, Jewel Burke-Solomon. She was head of Google for Startups US, where she created initiatives that deployed over $45 million in non-dilutive capital to Black and Latino-led businesses since 2020. Jewel, great to have you here. You know a lot about getting money into areas and, startup entrepreneurs who maybe don't find it so easy to raise capital. First of all, the fundraise, let's go there, because it has been hard to raise money in the VC world. How did you do it?
Certainly, and thanks so much for having me. It was not easy. It was a little bit challenging, but I think it came all together because of relationships and spending a lot of time. We spent a lot of time on the road, meeting with limited partners, getting them excited about our vision for shared prosperity, and really telling a different story about how we're finding incredible entrepreneurs who are building a different type of future. And so I think that's what got our limited partners excited. We had a number of LPs that were partnered with us in the first fund, which was a $50 million fund that we closed back in 2021. A number of our LPs came back to the second fund, and then we welcomed some new names as well. So we're really excited to now have fresh capital to continue on our journey.
Because I'm here on the East Coast, Jewel, I talk much more often with private equity people than with VC people. You're at a far earlier stage. It's more like 1 in 1,000, I know, with VC than it is with PE, but I'm always excited to hear from VC people about their success stories. So what are some of the companies that you've invested in that have really been winners for you?
Yeah, so we're still early, so we can't call out the winners quite yet because we're still waiting on those exits to occur. But we do have some incredibly talented and great companies that are on the right trajectory. So some that I'll just call out because they're killing it right now. We have a company called Reverie, which is in the media space. A company called Intus Care, which is in the healthcare space, PACE in particular for elder care, technology for elder care facilities. We have a company, our only consumer product company, Hairbrella. They're having a breakout year. And all of these companies that I'm mentioning, they're beyond $10 million in recurring revenue. They're meeting their customers and really having a lot of success.
With Hairbrella, that's something I don't have, I think. Whenever it rains.
It's for everybody. It's for everyone. Something interesting about that business is people, when they hear the name, they're like, oh, it must just be for women. But somewhere in the neighborhood of 30% of her customers are men. There's a ton of different products, and it's really reimagining headwear and rainwear and swim caps. And they have all types of products for just about anyone.
Yeah, and even for kids when it comes to swim caps. I am curious how you pick and choose, and what do you think in terms of the runway to ultimately some kind of liquidity event, whether it's an IPO or selling it off? Like, how long do you foresee that you need to be funding? Because we do find, whether it's because of private credit, private equity, there's like a lot of money that's been sloshing around that enables companies to stay private longer. But having said that, it also means you've got to make sure that investors can be patient and ride it out. So I'm looking at, what is your runway for a lot of these companies? Is it 3 to 5 years, or how are you thinking about it?
Yeah, when we meet companies and underwrite those investments, we're typically looking at a 10-year time horizon because we're investing at the seed stage primarily. And so we're going to be with these companies for a long time. We're ready for that long haul. But we are seeing companies that are really moving quickly towards revenues that we think will equip them to sell. So some of those companies I just mentioned, they're well on their way, and we expect exits within the next 3 to 5 years out of majority of the portfolio.
What's the ideal exit look like to you? Because again, in private equity, it's a tough time for exits. Obviously, you have ample time to get there since you're looking out so far. But what do you want to be doing? Do you want to be selling something? Do you want to have an IPO? Has it changed?
I think because the IPO markets have not been as open as we would like, we are really underwriting a number of different potentialities in terms of private equity purchasing, strategics purchasing. But for us, we're looking at every deal that we do, we want it to be capable of returning the fund. So our first fund was $50 million. So that means that, we're investing in companies with the hopes that they will return at least $50 million back to the fund. Second fund is $75 million. So that means the bar is raised a bit in terms of the deals that we will do in that fund. But across the board, we're very open to what makes sense for the business and really making those strategic partnerships so that we can introduce our portfolio companies to the right buyer at the right time.
You've emphasized that experience on the ground leads to the most powerful innovations. And I'm just wondering if you could, share an example from your portfolio or from your experience where you've seen a market kind of unlocked or opened up.
Absolutely. One of my favorite examples from the portfolio, another star in the portfolio, is a company called Culina Health. It's founded by a woman who is a registered dietitian, Vanessa Rossetto, and she was so close to this problem of the fact that, your everyday person hasn't historically had access to a registered dietitian or nutrition help to help them along on their healthcare journey. And so having her experience working with patients, she's been able to build an incredible company in Culina Health where they are really focused on patient outcomes and delivering incredible care to folks along their nutrition journey.
Yeah, an interesting portfolio of companies. Jill, we've got to run, but hopefully we can check in with you soon in the future again. Jill Burke-Solomon, she's co-founder and managing partner of Collab Capital, joining us on this Wednesday from Atlanta, Georgia. I love the VC world. I love the idea in terms of you get kind of clues of what's to come maybe
Me too. I think it's fascinating.
trends
And
and-
also, your bets that are winners pay off big.
Yeah, right? But you got to make a lot of bets. All right, coming up, some stocks on the move. That's next.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. It'll be a shortened trading session, right, tomorrow, Matt?
Yes, I believe we wrap it up around 2 o'clock because
You finished at 2. I bet it closes. Does it close at 1?
me and
you do,
Romaine
like,
come in until 2 o'clock.
You're going to close the bar, as they say?
I hope
The
like
stock
it closes
bar?
right at 2 and then we just peace out. But
peace out? Yeah.
you know what? We have somebody here in the studio who probably knows the exact details of what time
Well-
the New York Stock Exchange closes tomorrow.
We may talk about that, but there's something else. I'm Carol Massar with Matt Miller. We do want to take a look at some stocks on the move. Christina Aquino's with us, managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live blog here at Bloomberg News. We do want to talk stocks, and Centene is one that everyone's been talking about today, Christine.
Absolutely, Carol. I mean, with a record 40% drop, how could you not talk about it, right? So yeah, Centene, ticker CNC. It is a health insurance group, and the reason it dropped so much today was because it pulled its 2025 guidance, primarily because of rising risks from its Affordable Care Act plans, right? The company is the biggest, or it's a top seller of ACA health plans. And given what's going on with the tax bill and potential cuts to Medicaid, is really suffering big. And, it's taken down a lot of the other health insurance companies who investors are fearing might suffer the same fate. Particularly for Centene, we did have UBS analysts cutting their view to neutral from buy, and they're saying same thing, Medicaid cost trends not looking great for this company. Bloomberg Intelligence also warning that its debt faces the risk of being downgraded to junk and potentially being excluded from the Bloomberg U.S. Aggregate Index.
God, in one day, like, whew.
Yeah, it's all over. It's amazing that nobody saw this coming, right? We've seen the draft legislation.
Right.
It's fascinating. And you know what else is fascinating, Christine? The fact that Tesla actually rose today after putting out such dismal sales numbers. I mean, this is a company that's supposed to be making at least 2 million and selling 2 million cars a year. And if you look at what they did this last quarter, it's an annual run rate of only 1.5.
Absolutely, Matt. And now they're facing a deficit of 110,000 cars to overcome that in the second half and return to growth this year. But yeah, absolutely right. Tesla, ticker TSLA, finishing the day up nearly 5%. You know what? It's really benefiting from lowered expectations. That's what it is, right? Because yes, as you pointed out, Matt, global sales tumbled more than 13% in the second quarter. But because the expectation was for as much as a 20% decline, then analysts are saying, oh, actually, it's not that bad. And we did get William Blair analysts saying as well that their inline delivery numbers is probably being seen as a win. And there's a sense that demand growth is simply slowing rather than spiraling.
I will say that...
Did you have Gene Munster on? Who had Gene Munster on?
No, that was the tech show. I saw him on Bloomberg Tech with Ed Ludlow and Caroline
He
Hyde.
said we're at the bottom here, right? Managing partner of Deepwater Asset Management, talking on Bloomberg
I did
TV.
see the Ford Motor Company, which had been the second biggest seller of electric vehicles in America after Tesla. They only sold 16,000 EVs in the whole second quarter.
It's not great.
So it makes Tesla's 384,000 seem like a decent amount.
Yeah, yeah. What's Tesla doing this year?
Tesla is, I think they have dropped
down 22% year to date.
Yeah, and they've dropped below $1 trillion, right? As we were saying yesterday, they're no longer a $1 trillion stock. Oh,
no,
with today's
just at
gain,
$1 trillion.
with today's gain, they're at $1.016 trillion.
Ticker TSLA, we know it well. Let's go to Coinbase.
Coinbase, ticker COIN, that's also having a good day today. Shares up 5% to finish the day. And that is really primarily due to just this euphoria over the stock market, right? And when you see S&P 500 finishing at record highs once again, the first thing
Is that over euphoria of the stock market or euphoria
I
over
suppose
crypto?
the lack of outright bad news, shall we frame it like that, right? But, and when the stock market is kind of in this sort of mood, it's a shortened week, we're about to head into a holiday long weekend. There is a little bit of optimism there, however short-lived. But crypto-linked stocks, of course, benefiting from that, and Coinbase among them. But, specifically for Coinbase, we did have a few bits of good news for them. They have that tie-up with PayPal in Australia, where customers can now use PayPal to buy and sell cryptocurrencies on a platform. And then last week, their shares also hit their first record since 2021. And that is because of the U.S. Senate legislation for stablecoins pegged to the dollar. That really did do a lot for Coinbase shares. And of course, in May, it was added to the S&P 500. So,
And don't forget the fact that Bitcoin at 109,232 is only 1% away from its all-time high. So that doesn't hurt a stock like Coinbase or Marathon Holdings, which we talked to earlier.
Yeah. Up 42% year to date.
I looked, by the way, and the New York Stock Exchange does close
At
equities
1 p.m.
trading at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
So you're just going to have to go after the
but
close.
bond markets stay until 2 p.m.
Exactly. So that's why me and Romaine are going to stay here until 2 p.m.
Great.
We're going down with the ship.
I'll be right there with you. So we'll high-five each other on the way out.
Yes.
All right, good stuff. Christina Aquino, managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live blog right here at Bloomberg News. Check out our new Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. This has been a hard one for me.
It's your Friday, though.
It is my Friday.
You have a 5-day weekend ahead of you.
I'm not back to
No, 4 days.
I'm not back till Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'm taking a few days off.
That's even better. So
Yeah,
a
yeah.
7-day
It's
weekend.
been a little busy, so I'm looking forward to having a few days off.
I won't see you then, really. I'm
thank
splitting on Wednesday.
Thank you. Oh, and you're going to be out on the beach?
I'm going to Tuscany.
You're going to Tuscany?
Yeah, for a couple weeks.
Oh, my God. Are you really?
Yeah, but not until next Wednesday, so I have to work pretty hard until then.
This dude, man. All right. Thank you for jumping in for Tim.
It's been a pleasure.
I really
A
enjoy it.
new world record on the S&P 500.
Balance of Power starts right now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew.
Tonight, the intense effort to win Republican votes for the president's tax bill.
Are there enough House members who will vote against the rule?
Right now.
And willing to push this past next week, come back to it at a later date?
Right now.
The chaos in the House as hardline conservatives and other holdouts threaten to vote against the Trump mega bill, with hours of closed-door negotiations and lobbying efforts to get those members on board. The timeline for and outcome of a procedural vote to pave the way for final passage still uncertain. We'll have the latest with House Financial Services Committee Chair French Hill up ahead.
Plus, with just 1 week until the president's self-imposed trade deadline, a win for the White House today after a trade deal with Vietnam is announced. The details and what other deals might be on the horizon coming up.
And a public debate that brought the UK's Chancellor of the Exchequer to tears and sparked a sell-off in the pound. We'll bring you what was said and how markets reacted later in the program.
We begin tonight with the House at a standstill. Live images now for our audience on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube of the House floor seemingly paralyzed here after House Speaker Johnson was unable to line up enough Republican votes to pass a procedural measure to the president's one big beautiful bill. Keep in mind here, this is the vote before the vote to get the bill on the floor for final passage. No word yet if or when that last step will happen as lawmakers remain in position here. Anything can, in fact, develop at any moment. And luckily for us, we have Bloomberg's Eric Wasson to cover it all live from Capitol Hill. Eric, what's the state of play here?
You know, the Freedom Caucus met for hours off the House floor. Russ Vought, the White House budget director, came in. He's giving them assurances that this tax law will be implemented in sort of an aggressive way that they want to see. He's also promising executive action. We're trying to find out exactly what that's on. Most likely it's on the implementation of Medicaid. The Freedom Caucus is especially worried about undocumented immigrants who legally cannot receive Medicaid somehow being able to receive it. There's also promises of a second reconciliation bill later in the year to make larger spending cuts, but that later bill may not have the votes to pass the Senate. It doesn't have the impetus of both the debt ceiling increase and the tax cuts to move it along in the process. Right now, things are stalled, but they could move pretty quickly. I talked to Richard Hudson, who's the deputy whip, saying the White House is done negotiating this. Doesn't want to go back through the Senate, dealing with the Senate parliamentarian, the rules keeper over there, trying to get some of these non-budgetary items in that the Freedom Caucus wants. It's just time to pass the president's agenda and to move on to trade deals and other aspects that Trump wants to focus on.
So does this go all night, overnight, Eric, like we've seen in recent days in both chambers, frankly? Or if things don't progress within the next couple of hours, will they take a breather or try to come back tomorrow and still meet that July 4th deadline?
I think leaders tend to want to keep the pressure on. It's kind of like this cake is being baked, and if they sort of went home for a long weekend and came back, this could risk a multi-week delay. They certainly do not want to risk going to conference with the Senate, although that's the traditional way to deal with bills like this. There are just too many moving parts. This thing is sort of held together by duct tape. It passed the Senate by just one vote after multiple concessions to Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, special provisions such as revenue sharing on oil for her. They just don't want to keep dealing with these headaches. But they may have to. If the Freedom Caucus really digs in, and although they folded multiple times this year, does defy the president, they will probably have to rewrite the bill.
All right, Bloomberg's Eric Wasson live from Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much. Now, as Republican leadership races to secure more yes votes, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, earlier today outlined the difficulty of getting everyone in line.
Every caucus in the House has had the Speaker's attention. I've heard their concerns about it, and the thing about it is when you have a piece of legislation that is this comprehensive and with so many agenda items involved, you're going to have lots of different priorities and preferences among people because they represent different districts and they have different interests. But we can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible.
And therein lies the rub. You have moderates and those who are concerned about cuts for Medicaid. Then you have conservatives, fiscal conservatives, that is, who are concerned that cuts don't go far enough. It's a hard gap to bridge, Joe, and that is why we are seeing still, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV, a procedural vote from earlier today still being left open, though it does seem that the numbers are getting closer to where leadership would want them to be.
Well, it's, not a lot has changed since we already did this in the House. That was only days ago, Kaylee, before it went to the Senate, where we exposed, obviously, some more issues here for House members to chew on. But they'd like to get their bill back in the House, and whether this ends up in a conference committee or something more complicated remains to be seen. That's why this procedural vote is so important.
Indeed, and given its importance, we want to go back now live to Capitol Hill, where Republican Congressman French Hill of Arkansas is joining us. He's, of course, chair of the House Financial Services Committee. Mr. Chairman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. What is your expectation as to what exactly is going to happen this evening? Will you get a chance to vote on the rule, and will the rule pass?
Well, Kaylee and Joe, it's great to be back with you on this historic day. Look, I think President Trump met with a number of members this morning. Speaker Johnson's been meeting with members on a regular basis to try to clarify the differences between what the Senate did to the House bill. I think we'll find a landing spot, and I'm optimistic that we'll have the votes ultimately to pass this bill so that members can get home to their families for the 4th of July.
It's good to see you, Mr. Chairman. Are you calling this historic because you think we're actually going to see a floor vote here or pass a rule? Or is it time to get everybody in a room and consider a conference committee? Even the president seems to think that this self-imposed deadline could slide.
Well, it's certainly conceivable, and that's certainly one way to reconcile the differences between the House and Senate. But these are bills, Joe, that have been worked on for over a year, and some of these differences between the House and Senate, whether it's on SALT taxes or on Medicaid provider taxes or other provisions, are quite well known. And I have to say that some of the reason that the spending cut levels were reduced in the Senate is due to the Senate parliamentarians' rules. And so there's nothing that House Freedom Caucus can do about that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we've heard some talk today of what these holdouts may look for if it's not changing the bill itself in order to secure their vote, like, for example, pledges from the president to do executive orders to achieve some of their aims, or potentially even a second reconciliation bill. But, sir, if it's this hard to do the first reconciliation bill, do you think there's any real chance you could pull off another one in this Congress?
Well, in each fiscal year, the House and Senate can use budget reconciliation. We can certainly do another reconciliation bill after the turn of the fiscal year on October 1st. This one is made difficult by the expiring tax provisions from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and for the president's goals of reducing taxation on Social Security recipients and on tips, and achieving his budget goals for both defense and homeland security. One would not face that same mix of issues in a budget reconciliation bill that we do in the next fiscal year. So I don't think you can compare one to the other.
We talked to your colleague from Ohio today, Jim Jordan, who brought the message, now or never, essentially. Mr. Chairman, it's not going to get better, was his point, based on the vote that we saw in the Senate. Listen to what Chairman Jordan said.
You have to kind of figure out how we get the votes, moderates and conservatives working together. I think we've done that. And by the fact that it was 50-50 in the Senate, I just feel like, okay, there's no more wiggle room. It was 50-50. We're going to have to pass this thing and then look for other opportunities down the road to do some additional things relative to the deficits and the debt.
Does he have a point, Congressman? Is this as good as it gets?
Well, look, all bills like this are compromises. I think he outlines it quite favorably. And I believe this bill is the best that the two houses can produce, accomplishing both President Trump's goals as well as the goals that both conservative and more moderate Republicans have in the House. I think you see them splitting that difference in what's come back from the Senate. And that's why I think that cooler heads will prevail and that we'll find the votes to move this bill forward. It is historic to cut spending, lower the focus on the mandatory spending programs. It'll be, for example, in my committee, the first structural change to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in 15 years since the passage of the Dodd-Frank Act. This is something that Republicans have said they've wanted to do for years. We pass this bill, we will have done it.
Well, I want to ask you about some other work your committee has ahead once this reconciliation effort is behind you, possibly as soon as later this month, Mr. Chairman, and that is crypto legislation. We spoke with Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, who, of course, was spearheading the Genius Act that passed the Senate last month, about that stablecoin legislation and what comes next. This is what he told us, sir, and we'll have you respond.
It's going to be complicated here because of two committees that have to be involved in this, and it's going to take more time. I think my advice to everybody would be, let's take the win now, let's build momentum, and then let's dedicate our time to going further as market structure and other opportunities present themselves. But right now, timing is critical for a number of reasons. We want to get this started, we want to get this moving, and again, open up this new market for digital assets.
Mr. Chairman, he wants stablecoin legislation now, market structure legislation later. Is that likely what we're going to see out of your committee?
Well, first, let me say that Bill Hagerty has done an outstanding job in the Senate, being a real voice for leadership to find consensus between Republicans and Democrats for a dollar-backed payment stablecoin. This is something that the House has worked on for years, and we're so glad to have strong Senate partners like Chairman Tim Scott, Bill Hagerty, Cynthia Lummis, and many, many others on both sides of the aisle. But it's also a goal of President Trump's to have market structure legislation as well. So it's my goal as chairman over here in the House that we're able to have a legislative strategy that produces both for President Trump. A clear view on how to have a dollar-backed stablecoin using the outstanding work by Bill Hagerty in the Senate, and also create a market structure framework that gives clarity to market participants, brings all this business back to the U.S. We can do both. We will do both, and we're discussing between the House and the Senate how best to get that done.
So how does that affect the timeline, Mr. Chairman? If you do it all in one, obviously that would take a little bit longer. When would you then see President Trump's agenda be implemented?
Well, look, if it takes a little longer, that's a decision. The president asked both Tim Scott and I to try to achieve both these goals, a dollar-backed payment stablecoin and market structure by August 1st, before the August recess in the Congress. That's going to be challenging based on the time we're using on budget reconciliation and other priorities. But look, we're working to find the best strategy to get those to the president's desk as soon as possible. That goal has not changed since January 20th, and we're hard at it.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, and we discussed this with Chairman Jordan today as well, Bill Pulte, who leads the FHFA, has called for an investigation into the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. Chairman Jordan suggested the Judiciary Committee might take a look at that. But do you have a view as to whether or not Chairman Powell should face a congressional investigation?
Well, I didn't see Mr. Pulte's charges or the assertions, so I don't have any comment on what he said. We just had Chairman Powell before our committee and the Senate Banking Committee last week, and I set up a special task force for this Congress led by Frank Lucas of Oklahoma to look at the monetary policy decisions taken by the Fed since 2008 in the financial crisis, and also look at the resiliency of U.S. Treasury markets. Those are both well underway and well led by Frank Lucas of Oklahoma.
It's great to have you back with us, Republican Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, who chairs the House Financial Services Committee. Good luck if it's a late night, Mr. Chairman. We'd love to stay in touch with you on this.
Good to be with you, Kaylee.
Always is. Thank you very much. With breaking news now on the terminal on a very different story. Headlines crossing as UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's aides are backpedaling a bit here, scrambling to express some support for Rachel Reeves following a story that you might have seen a bit earlier. His chancellor's tearful appearance in the House of Commons got markets moving for the worse in the United Kingdom. Questions about a government U-turn on a planned welfare reform that left the chancellor here with a larger budgetary hole to fill. Headlines crossing the terminal. Starmer talking to the BBC that he sees Reeves will be the UK chancellor for years to come. We'll have much more on this later on Balance of Power. Coming up, how House Democrats are watching this tax bill voting process, looking to use it in next year's midterms. We'll talk about it with Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida later this hour. But first, President Trump announcing a trade deal with Vietnam. We'll discuss that with Greta Peisch, former general counsel to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.